Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Today, Live Hope Festival and Planet GLiESE are connecting with guests and artists from all around the world, celebrating the 35th anniversary of Live Aid, and we are together to reset the world. We're going to change the world with kindness, positivity, and entertainment. I'm happy to have with us today co-host we have Chad Kuhn. Hello, Chad.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Good. How are you? Welcome.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Tell us a bit more about yourself and where are you in the world?
Okay. Well, right now I am in the state of Mississippi. I was actually not from here. I am from the great state of Florida, and I've kind of migrated over here over time. Graduated from the University of West Florida with a computer science degree. Before that, I actually played 1 year of NCAA college football or American football for the international viewers. And got into entertainment after a short career in the professional world, and here I am with you, and I'm so happy to be here. And now, if I may, I would like to introduce one of the co-founders of Live Hope, Mr. David. Mr. David, are you with us?
Here, yes, I am.
Hi, David. Welcome.
Yes, I would like to introduce, 35 years ago, in 1985, when Bob Geldof and Mitch organized a concert called Live Aid. It brought 2.2 billion people together around the world to help famine relief for Africa and specifically Ethiopia. And it was the most viewed in the world, and today we're celebrating the 35th anniversary for Live Aid with the Live Hope Festival. This is a mini event on July 11th. Then we're going to have a much bigger event in November 9 to 19, 2020 this year later on. So this is just an appetizer, a little taste of the celebration. So Live Aid took place July 13, 1985. So today we're celebrating it together, and my co-founders will be with me here today. Mesfin Zaid from Ethiopia, and Sherry Lewis from the indigenous peoples, and also we have also some of our co-host partners that are helping us organize, including Planet GLiESE, which was Sarah here, and also Basil Moore, and also the other people helping us with the scheduling and artists is Tourism Give Initiative, and the creator is 2030. Alice Lou is here also, and also their partner is called Climate Hacks, and they'll be on a little bit later. And here is Messer Zaid, my brother from another mother. Mesfin, you're on live now.
Hi, my name is Mesfin Zaid, and originally I'm from Eritrea, born and raised in Ethiopia, just to make that correction. And I have joined Live Hope Festival with my other two executive producers, David Cam and Sherry Louis Green. And this is our second event. In the first event, due to the coronavirus predicament to what has that caused, here again, we're trying the second time, and we're reaching out to the world and preparing ourselves for the next big one, which, like David said, in November 19, 2020. And in this second event, we expect people to watch and enjoy what we're all about. Our mission and vision is always out there to help, especially in this day and age where the entire world has been affected by coronavirus. And actually, the second phase is even getting worse than the first one. So we couldn't be more vigilant and be giving to those countries, those people that cannot afford the medical supplies that are short of. And also at the same time, because of the coronavirus shutdown of 3 to 4 months, a lot of people are starving. So that is a dire need right now to be able to donate and help provide those people that have been affected and cannot leave their homes and basically are starving and they need help. Thank you.
All right, and thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm sure if speak for everyone, that we are sincerely appreciative. And now I would like to introduce Ms. Sharon Lewis. Ms. Sharon, you with us? Hi, how are you? One thing I love about these live streams, people come together, even though we have difficulties, we are always going to figure it out because we're here together. We're here to help people. We're here to help each other. So just bear with us. And we cannot hear you. If you can hear me, can you hear me? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? We are going to get back to you, okay? Can you? We will get back to you. And we're going to go back to Mr. David. That's interesting. I love the sound of your voice. It does something to me. We can't hear you either, Mr. David.
Are you having issue with the sound?
Oh, there
also?
we go. Yeah, there's the voice I was waiting for.
Okay. Is it
And we are live with the producer of Live Hope Festival, David and Sherry. And they had this idea to bring people together, the native tribes from all around the world, to change the world, to take care of our planet. David, can you tell us a bit more about the idea of Live Hope? Just checking if you guys are hearing me. If not, we can carry on. Today, we're going to have many guests and performers from all around the world. Our objective is to bring people together, give them a space where they can share. Actually, you also can connect with us. People watching, they can go on our social media and register to have the opportunity to interact live with our guests and our performers. We're going to have rock bands and discussions about the situation right now in the world. As you can see, after the pandemic, for the first time, people felt a real connection. And we are here to continue bringing to you this connection and changing the world together. We need to change different things and change the world for the better. And we have also live with us Alice from New York. Hi, Alice.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing?
Tell us a bit more about you.
Well, I am co-founder of Listen Give Initiative and the Creators 2030. So we bring people of all cultures together to solve issues, everyday issues that we're facing around the world. And we also include artists and NGOs and work with individual groups to get in touch with what issues they care about solving and using their innovation, tech, and art to solve those issues, and we display those solutions.
Alice, how you got involved with Live Hope Festival?
Well, my business partners, Gail Davis, and we also have Paula Badalaro with us. We have met David through at the UN conferences, and we've known him for years.
And where was the conference?
New York City.
And that's where you are right now, correct?
Correct.
What inspired you to join Live Hope group?
Connecting art, culture, and making a difference in the world. It's definitely aligned with our group.
And what Live Hope has been doing so far?
Having great guest speakers and talent to showcase their voice, their story.
And the final goal of objective of Live Hope, I know you have many initiatives going on at the same time.
Yes.
Can you tell me a bit more about each of the initiative with Live Hope?
Well, the GLiESE 2030, that's where we bring artists together with NGOs and also have them teach them sustainable practices so they can earn a living through their art alone, and also provide opportunities for them to showcase their work at the UN and other NGOs as well. But most importantly is having them think about how they can sustainably practice their art and show a solution through their artwork of an issue that they're very passionate about, whether it's climate or plastics in the ocean or poverty. We can all be inspired by that.
Fantastic. Also, I want to take the opportunity to tell you also a bit more about what we're doing together. We are celebrating today Live Aid 35th anniversary because we want to bring people together through music, having them donate for a cause that right now it's very important that we need to change the world together. And Planet GLiESE, it's with you guys because we have a very similar mission. We want to spread positivity, kindness, nonviolent means of resolution, and the importance of being connected and one. And tell us a bit more also about the nations that all the native tribes that are all connected with Live Hope. Alice?
Hi.
Alice? Yes, did you hear my question?
The nations that's connected live with, with Live Hope?
The tribes that are connected with Live Hope.
So we're going to do with everybody. So you can introduce.
Well, the indigenous communities have been underrepresented in a lot of countries, and where our group has been passionate about gender equality and women's rights and rights of humans to have equal access we normally that we have, and no group should be suppressed.
A prayer for world peace.
So it's something that we want to bring people together, and Live Hope, what it's doing is very, very beautiful. Can you tell us how is the situation right now in New York?
Well, we just entered. We were in a lockdown for a long time, and stores and businesses are just opening up, and bars and restaurants are open for outdoor seating only and takeout. And unfortunately, the mask wearing has not been 100% adhered to. There's still careless folks who just walk around without masks and go to just be in public spaces that way. And it's really, really hard for us to, with that anxiety. to walk around knowing that we care that this stays under control.
And being together is also something that we can do from wherever we are in the world. So we want to invite everyone that is watching, everyone that is connected with us. Also, we're going to bring more people connecting to us to do a global live prayer, because only when we pray together, when we rise our consciousness and our vibration, when we connect, we will be able to make. So we want to make sure that everybody is connecting with us live to do this live global prayer together. And Alice, I'm very excited to have with us David Kam. I want to again thank Live Hope for this opportunity of bringing guests and people from all around the world with every background to share today. We want to make sure that today, which is also the anniversary of Live Aid, when music for the first time and entertainment was used to raise people consciousness on issues that are affecting the world, because what's happening in the world affects everybody else. We need to stop thinking locally and think us globally. What do you think about that, Alice, that you live in New York, which is such a multicultural city? Do you feel people are more connected now after the pandemic?
Yes and no. There are some communities that are banding together to protest how all lives matter. And then there are those who are showing blatant racism. So it's very heartbreaking that it's happening. But as a community and nationwide, internationally, globally, we'll fight this and overcome these racism issues, and we can all thrive.
And we're going to now bring in David Kam. I hope he can hear us. And we also have Masfin and Eileen Maslin. Hi, welcome. We're going to be here together to do this live prayer. And we also have Heidi from Texas. Hi, Heidi, welcome.
Hi, guys.
Thank you for. And we're also bringing Chad. Welcome. And I'm also happy to introduce Lisa Robinson. We're all together from different parts of the world to do this live prayer together.
Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us all together to share in one voice of peace, one voice of togetherness, a voice of hope, prayer of hope, for everyone involved to see the beauty in each other, see the beauty in all the people around us, and to, as we want to connect with you,
Thank you, Chad, for your beautiful prayer and the words. David and Masfin, do you want to add something, Masfin? David, I would love. Yes.
Messin, is there opening prayer? Mesfin, do you want to introduce for the opening prayer? Mesfin, can you hear us? Hello?
You hear me?
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes,
I see that
are we doing the
you don't
opening?
hear him. It's okay. This is the beauty of live. We're connecting everyone from different parts of the world. So I want to thank everybody for being
I cannot
live
hear
with
you,
us and
David.
being so patient, sharing also this beautiful prayer of bringing everybody vibrations and energy together for this message of positivity and kindness and love to reset the world and change it for the better. Because right now is the moment after we stopped after the pandemic, is the moment to rethink how we're going to go forward and change things in the world for the better. David, you can start the prayer now.
The priest is ready for his blessings right now.
Uh, Actually, I think we could do the prayer a little bit later. I'd like to introduce Heidi Little. She is a very special artist from Universal Music, and she wants to perform a segment called One Love Rising. Heidi?
Hi, David. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Hi. So it's a beautiful thing sending waves of love out into the world. And it's a beautiful thing trying and working for unity and for peace. And it's a beautiful thing to attempt to continue to foster our humanitarian relations through an online platform like this. This is not the time for us to be beat down. This is not the time for us to give up. This is the time for us to dive in and figure out how can we best serve ourselves and the collective. And I think it's popular these days and understood now that thoughts become things, and that how we think and how we feel moves out into the world and either uplifts or does not. And so I would love to just build that bridge for everybody that's coming in through this platform. We've had some technical difficulties from what I've seen so far today. So just trying to clear the energy field, clear through the internet, clear that and just plant a lot of love and a lot of light. And this is in celebration of an amazing event that happened many years ago, where people of every color, race, and creed came together to help end poverty and suffering, to help bring together a nation called humanity. And they did a really successful job. And we're being asked at this time to cultivate in ourselves. What's the remedy here? What's the medicine here? What are we learning here? How can we grow from here? And where are we headed? And how do we want that to look? And in dance, sometimes you go over too far to come back to find your center. And if you don't give enough, you end up with not the best move. So it's a balance, yes, between attention and a relaxation, a peace and an activation. So I wasn't sure what I was going to play today. I was going to play my new single called Rivers, which I will. But I feel like the song that I wrote with Artie Kornfeld, who made Woodstock in 1969, is very. It's a good time to play it. It's called The Spirit of the Woodstock Nation, and really it's called Fine Line. And it's a fine line doing all that we love while looking forward, while the whole world is rising up. And when you have a world rising, people are here being themselves, and we want them to be uniquely them. We want them to be sovereign. We want them to find themselves and bring out the best reason why they're here on this planet and what they're going to do with their lives. But when we're in self-discovery, it can be kind of messy, like a painting that's not finished. And, you know, you're mixing the colors together and you're trying to figure out how this masterpiece is going to come together. And there's been so much pain and suffering. And I just want to extend my absolute love to everyone who's experiencing anything in any way that has caused them pain and suffering. You know, but when we are making our medicine mask, when we are creating ourselves, there is challenges that come up to help us understand who we really are and to figure out like what that form really looks like. So Sarah and I had a plan to go through a couple of websites with you. I'm just going to pitch them out now before I play for you. The first website is internationalchildren.world, which was International Children's Month up until this year. It's our 8th year. And in June, we celebrated the love, care, and respect of all the children of Earth, for all the children of Earth. And I'd just like to invite everybody to just have a minute to feel what that feels like to embody love. Breathe it in, you know, breathe it in. And care. What does that feel like? And respect. What does that feel like? And just really feel it in your body. Love, care, and respect. And we had an epic run in June. We had the month of International Children's Month, and we had all our relations all over the planet working in their homes and where they could in their communities and where they could online to raise the levels of love, care, and respect for everyone. And then we had World Unity Week, where we all got together across the planet and brought what we have to this beautiful humble pie and shared. And we shared a lot of live stream, we shared a lot of love, we shared new convergence rooms and ways to meet, and we're barreling towards Peace Weekend, but it's a flow. I see people going really fast. I see them not sure, and so going so fast and trying really, really hard. And like I said before, in dance, sometimes we overextend to come back to find our center, and that's okay. It's just for the ones that of us that realize that, just I'm going to ask you to just really be the peace, really be the soul of the place where you live and where you're standing, and you know what's right from wrong, and just really holding that for yourself. And that, because we're water and we live on a water planet, it goes out to everyone, and it helps to replenish and uplift and heal and restore. So on the 21st, we did 15 hours of live stream, and that has all been recorded, and you can find it through internationalchildren.world. And I got to pray with one of my master educators. I'm the co-founder and director of the Center for Advancement in Social Emotional Learning also. And Gandhi is in all my master's work, his philosophies in education way, way back in the day, bringing in humanity to India, bringing in humanity with Maria Montessori, bringing in, you know, everyone should have access to great education that cultivates themselves. Everyone should have access to fresh water and good food and shelter and care. And so, oh, here it is. And so this is internationalchildren.world, and I am so in love with our new website. I asked Alana Boyd to build me a door to a new world, and this is what we got, and I hope you enjoy it. When you enter this site, you'll see the miracle. And each year we have a theme, and we run 365 days a year. And the theme this year is the miracle. So how do they work? How do miracles work? How do they work? How do they happen? Are you noticing miracles in your life? I see miracles all over the place. I see people coming together in a way we've never ever come together before. And so just to go on through that site and have a look-see and figure out what calls to you in here. We've got the platform of Be the Miracle 2020. You can get all the other platforms from all the years before. You can become an ambassador. You can donate. We've got merch, of course. Our partner organizations, We the World. I'm the outreach coordinator for the Children and Youth theme with We the World, Unity Earth, and all these lovely offerings we did in June. You can click straight through to the National Children's Campaign, concerts. We even have Atlantis and Lumeria. We've got the World Peace Water Projects, all kinds of lovely, lovely things. And our YouTube channel stocked with all the things we did on the 21st. We reached 800,000 people so far from the videos from the 21st, and that was just such a blessing. So I'm super excited about that. Thank you so much for showing that, Sarah and David. And we are here in celebration of music and love in action. And so I think with that, the only other thing I want to pitch is selclasses.com. We have launched an international online school for social emotional learning. And we just want people to find themselves, feel themselves, love themselves, cultivate themselves, flourish, and then take that beautiful, balanced, embodied person out into the community, out into the world as we move forward in love, care, and respect of ourselves, each other, our families, and the planet. So I'm going to play a couple songs for you guys now.
Let's see. Let's hear.
Yay.
What's the title of your songs? I know that you have such a beautiful voice and you've prepared a live performance for us.
I have. Thank you so much for everything. And the sound sounds really good right now. There's nothing going on. It sounds fantastic. Yay. Okay. So
you're going to perform live with your guitar and your voice. And everything's going to be improvised live, no recording. Let's hear your beautiful voice.
Okay, guys. So you can hear me now, right? I just plugged in my microphone. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. All right, let's see how we do here. So, okay. So here's the new single. People can find it on HeidiLittle.com in a little more of an electronic version, but essentially, and just paying homage to us being water and how much power we have in our divine being here on this planet. Really feeling the earth underneath our feet and our connection to our higher power as we move as love in action. Here we grow. Rivers of love running through my life, mountains of light so strong inside, forests of knowledge. Those light goes up and down my spine, rooted in love so divine.
You cannot.
How many?
You
10?
cannot. 10 maximum.
Okay.
And I am what I am, and you are what you are, and we are pure love. And we'll be what we'll be, and the future will bring us more. Pure love. Rainbow prisms our hearts of light, keeping it open, love takes flight. We are rising. I love you and you love me. Together we can do anything. Unite to meet me. And I am what I am, and you are what you are, and we are your love. And we'll be what we'll be, and the future is shining bright, filled with love and light. Freedom is within. Love is what we are made of.
Fantastic. Very, very beautiful. Everybody, a round of applause for Heidi. Beautiful.
Yay. All
Do
right.
you have David? David, please introduce our next guests. And you need to unmute yourself, please. You need to unmute yourself, please, David, so we can hear you. Heidi, that was very, very, very beautiful.
Love you guys.
What was the title of the song? And
That
Masculine.
was Rivers.
All
We
right,
have
David.
Masculine
This is
as their
Masculine.
Live Hope.
Hi, husband.
Heidi, can you tell me what inspires you
I would
with
like
your music?
to introduce.
Oh, yes. That space between the breaths where we can tap into our highest potential.
Yes.
Right there. Right
And what
there.
was the title of the song that we just heard?
That song was called Rivers. And what inspired that song was how our rivers are shaped on Turtle Island. Cheap Looking Horse tells us of a heart, and that the rivers shape a big, beautiful heart with the arteries going out to the oceans. And also yoga and meditation, and how we can really tap in and find ourselves by being quiet and listening. Mm-hmm.
Yoga and meditation, especially meditation, is something that we want to invite everybody to practice. It's something that really helps raise your consciousness, connecting with yourself, connecting with the world. Is that something that you do, Heidi?
Oh yes, multiple times a day. Yes, I do Agnihotra fire ceremony at sunrise and sunset. It's an ancient East Indian tradition. And then I also do yoga and meditation throughout the day when needed. I do a lot of work in the world, so I have to take really good care of my mind and my heart. Yes. Yeah.
What inspired you to start all these initiatives?
Oh,
kids.
Yeah, I've always worked with children. I've been an educator for 25 years, and there was not anything that I taught there. They were just teaching straight stuff, right? Math and science and social studies. And they had big funding cuts that happened in the 80s while I was attending school myself, right? They cut the music programs and the fine art programs, and I was devastated. So as I became an adult, I knew that I could help, right? By creating programming that supported people, especially in fine arts, theater, music, you know, the ways to really connect with our body, our mind, and our spirit. And so I've been on that path for a really, really long time. 2013 though, Spirit said, make International Children's Month. I heard the voice and I said, okay. And then that was that 8 years ago, since this trip we've been on for 8 years. Yeah.
And how did you start with music?
Music, I was really tiny when I started singing in church, and I loved it, and I knew that it was something I would always do and be very grateful to do. So, and I started writing my own music after being in some punk rock bands and some blues bands and some other different types of bands. I started writing my own. My first record came out in the 2000s, so it's been 20 years now already. Unbelievable. Yeah, exciting. I worked at CBC Radio first, which was fantastic. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. So, yay. I want to ask you questions too. Yay. Tell me more, Sarah.
Are you self-taught?
I have a master's degree in education, social emotional learning advancements through the performing arts. Vocally, yes, and I'm a teacher. I teach voice and I teach theater and I teach all kinds of things. No, and then I was trained in organ actually. Organ was my first instrument when I was 5 years old. My parents stuck me in organ. So I did 12 years of 3 sets, right? You got 2 sets of keys and the pedals. So I think that is what made me super smart, actually, is the 3 tiers in the music and having to learn how to work all those together at the same time when I was really small. I attribute that, and dance too. I was in folk dances also when I was younger. So my parents made sure I was busy.
I also know that you are teaching some classes. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I call myself a self-love and empowerment educator. So we founded the Center for Advancement in Social Emotional Learning, which has now become selclasses.com, which we are just launching this weekend. So thank you for asking. And we've got self-love for the heart and self-love in relationship to family as our first 2 offerings on there. And I'm bringing in Sharon Rhea from No Judgment, Just Love. She's going to be one of our first teachers. And Nori Huddle, who is the butterfly transformation expert. She's all about the world coming together as a new type of butterfly, yes? And that each person is like an imaginal cell, imagining ourselves into a new way of being, yes?
Yeah.
So I'm super excited. We're gonna essentially make an army of progressive educators that are going to share all their love and light for the whole world, and we're going to transform this thing. We're going to help people to be happy.
With children. Children are the future of the world, and they can see the world in a different way. You have been working with them a lot. What's the thing that inspires you the most working with kids, or things that they say to you?
Oh, yay. Thanks. That's a great question. I love that they are open to explore without judgment, and they're excited to try new things. And now the ones that we have, like Jamie Margolin from This Is 0 Hour, Abba Ali Mustafa from Africa, the Green Panther movement, Tezcut, of course, from the Earth Guardians. And then we've got an amazing team for International Children's Month. Raheen is running a new panel for us from Pakistan. So the children are going to be speaking to youth voices and solutions every few weeks on the platform. And then also, like I said, we're open for ambassadors too. We would like to hear from more of the children on the planet who want to be involved and shaping the future for themselves and each other. And, that balancing out and restoring that place of children should be seen and not heard, or we can't really take them seriously till they're 18, or any of that kind of stuff. The children that are coming in now are turned on, tuned in, and tapped into their higher power. I mean, I'm just going to put it bluntly. They're connected, and they understand, and they have a way of unifying unlike anything I've seen before. With their gender, their new gender terms, pronouns, breaking down labels and barriers, and just embracing each other for who they are and how they show up and how they want to be in the world. We can really, really learn from them right now. And Jamie Margolin is on fire. She's got a new book called Youth Rise to Power. And I highly advise people to grab that book. She didn't have one for herself. We hadn't met yet. I was inspired to and directed to create the platform long before there were children who were activists. And I'm so happy we finally built this bridge and we can meet in the middle. Greta Thunberg and I must have had a hit spiritually. At the end of 2018, she started her school strikes. 2018, yes. At the end of 2018, I launched the International Children Love Taking It to the Street. And then lo and behold, what happened in 2019 is we had that uprising of all the children all over the planet and all the people supporting the children all over the planet. That was a miracle. And our breakdown there is we didn't do anything different. They got all this national, international media attention. And what did we do to change the water law? What did we do to change the soil law? What did we do to change the air quality law? Nothing. And so here we are now in a pandemic being forced to consider water, air, soil, right? We need to grow food, learn how to catch our water, taking care of the air. The coronavirus hits the breathing and the breath. It's very interesting, and a lot of the elders feel like we weren't taking care of the animals enough, and that the Mother Earth is trying to show us to just really take care of the animals and to take care of each other. And the grandparents, the grandfathers, they across Turtle Island have been having meetings, and internationally after World Peace and Prayer Day, and they are advising people to learn how to grow their own food and become self-sufficient so that we can move forward without having any people left behind. Yeah, being able to take care of ourselves. So I know that's challenging for people in downtown Manhattan, but there are community gardens and rooftop gardens and wall gardens and balcony gardens and inner growing inside of your home gardens in all kinds of ways to help us take care of ourselves and each other. Seed saving and seed sharing is another way to transform poverty and transform hunger, and to just really raise the level of care for ourselves and each other. And so that was an email I got from Grandfather Golden Eagle this morning, you know, just saying, be prepared so that you know you can take care of yourself and your family. Be prepared so that you can help others. And when we're in a position to be able to help other people, we are the miracle for people in that minute, momentary position of having something to share and give to other people. And that's a miracle, you know, being able to give a homeless person walking down Highway 71 in 110 degrees 3 bottles of water. That's a miracle to him. To me, it was awesome. I was happy I could help somebody, you know, and these are the things, you know, the little things and the big things. And I really feel like as we continue to come together and care and love and respect, as we come together in all those ways, we're going to make a big difference here. And that's what's going to change things. That's what's going to change the way we navigate how we move into the future. So that's what I feel about all that business. And if you guys need me to play another song, I have this Spirit of the Woodstock Nation song that I can play for you too. I could talk forever. There's so much to talk about.
Let's hear another song, please. Your voice is so beautiful.
Okay, one more song. Here we go. That's awesome. All right. So this one, shout out to Artie, you know, that keeping things together, you know, since 1969, and holding the light. That's what he loves to say, is holding the light. So how does it go? Here we go. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We have seen so much. Angels and the children we've been blessed with. Time to live life well. No more strange and common rules. Living the love and the love of light overflows. And it's a fine line doing all that you love while looking for answers. Oh, And it said, fine, I'm feeling all that you love. Well, deep water is good. Overall, it's rising up. I know that this times is hard. I need to go and recharge. And this is my life, and I give it for love for me. And my good God, beautiful thing there is. I know that the times seem hard. Time to go and recharge again. We have seen the beauty all around us. Time to be the change. Thank you. yeah.
Fantastic, bravo!
Yeah.
So
Guys.
sexy. So beautiful.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everyone. Love you.
David, let's introduce our other guests. David.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Let's introduce Mesfin.
Mesfin Zai. So there's gonna be two things. Mesfin Zaid is gonna introduce us to the priest who's gonna do a prayer from the Ethiopian high priest. Then afterwards, we're gonna try to bring on some of the original producers for Live Aid on here. Okay. Mesfin, can you make the introduction?
Okay, very good. Thank you, David. Allow me to introduce Komos Abba Tedros, spiritual leader of Kirana Mehret and St. Michael's Ethiopian Orthodox Church from Las Vegas, and also seeing over the Western states. Please have the prayer and blessings now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. We
Abba
have
Tedros,
Abba. Welcome.
turn
Tell
on
us
the
a bit
mic.
more about you.
Thank you so much. God
Can you
bless
hear me?
you.
Tell us a bit more about you, Abba, and what are we going to do here together? Can you tell us a bit more about your background and where you are in the world? Can you hear me, Abba? We are connected live. And Mesfin, tell us a bit more what's behind this connection that you created today.
Well, fantastic. And here again, in this day and age, with all the troubles that we have due to coronavirus and disturbance, turbulence around the world, with lack of peace as we speak in Ethiopia, and Abba and these blessings in this prayer would like to raise the awareness that not only are we fighting the coronavirus, but at the same time, unfortunately, the political upheaval in Ethiopia has caused a lot of people's lives lost. And Abba would be able to give the prayer and pray for us, pray for the world, and pray for Ethiopia and the people to bring peace and tranquility. Thank you.
And tell us also a bit more about the other guests we have live with us, other Mesfin. Mesfin, can you tell me more about also the other guests we have live with us?
Yes, at the same time, we would like to have a blessings, and together both spiritual leaders would want to address the issue of the coronavirus problem worldwide, but in particular in the African region, East African region. And if not coronavirus and political upheaval is not bad enough, we have also the locust problem that is invading the entire East African and devastating all the food, all the green, all the plantation, and thus bring more hardship and starvation in the area. Both spiritual leaders would address and bless us so that the Almighty would bring peace and tranquility in their area. Thank you.
I want to pass the word to our other guest. Abba, can you tell us a bit more about you and your mission?
በስመ አብ ወወልድ ወመንፈስ ቅዱስ አሃዱ አምላክ አሜን። አቤቱ አምላካችን በዚህ ሰዓት በዓለም ያሉ ወገኖቻችንን ሁሉ በምሕረት በቸርነት እንድታስባቸው እንለምንሃለን፣ እንማጸናሃለን። ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ፣ በምድረ አሜሪካ፣ በዓለም ሁሉ በዚህ ወቅት የታመሙ ወገኖቻችንን ፈውሳቸው፣ ያጡ ወገኖቻችንንም በምሕረት ጎብኛቸው። ለዚሁም ቅዱስ ስምህን ጠርተን እንለምንሃለን። አባታችን ሆይ በሰማያት የምትኖር ስምህ ይቀደስ፣ መንግስትህ ትምጣ፣ ፈቃድህ በሰማያት እንደሆነች እንዲሁ በምድር ትሁን። የዕለት እንጀራችንን ስጠን ዛሬ፣ በደላችንን ይቅር በለን እኛ የበደሉንን ይቅር እንድንል፣ አቤት ወደ ፈተና አታግባን ከክፉ ሁሉ አድነን እንጂ መንግስት ያንተ ናትና ኃይል፣ ክብር፣ ምስጋና ለዘላለሙ አሜን። እመቤታችን ቅድስት ድንግል ማርያም ሆይ በመልአኩ በቅዱስ ገብርኤል ሰላምታ ሰላም እንልሻለን። በሐሳብሽ ድንግል ነሽ፣ በስጋሽም ድንግል ነሽ። የአሸናፊ እግዚአብሔር እናት ሆይ ሰላምታ ላንቺ ይገባሻል። ከሴቶች ሁሉ ተለይተሽ አንቺ የተባረክሽ ነሽ፣ የማኅፀንሽ ፍሬ የተባረከ ነው። ጸጋን የተመላሽ ክብርት ሆይ ደስ ይበልሽ፣ ልዑል እግዚአብሔር ከአንቺ ጋር ነውና ከተወደደ ልጅሽ ከጌታችን ከመድኃኒታችን ከኢየሱስ ክርስቶስ ዘንድ ይቅርታንና ምሕረትን ለምኝልን ኃጢአታችንን ያስተሰርይልን ዘንድ ለዘላለሙ አሜን። እንግዲህ ጸሎት አድርገናል። አሁን
I'll be doing the voiceover for the English translations for our Abba today. You'll be seeing their face, but I'll be doing the translations for you guys. So, Abba just continued with a prayer to start off their section of the interview.
በዓለማችን ላይ በተነሳው የኮሮና በሽታ የተጠቁ ወገኖቻችንን እግዚአብሔር እንዲምር ዓለምንም ደግሞ ከዚህ በሽታ እንዲያነጻት እግዚአብሔርን በጸሎት ጠይቀናል። ትልቁ ጉልበታችን ኃይላችን እግዚአብሔር ስለሆነ
The Abba said that due to the coronavirus, there has been much unrest around the world, and our Abba did a prayer for the people in the world that have either lost their lives or been affected by the coronavirus during this time, because it has been a very tragic time. Prayers much needed during this time, not only just face masks and covering, but spiritual presence as well, and for the world.
ከዚያ በመቀጠል ደግሞ እንግዲህ በዓለም ያለው ህዝብ ሁሉ የታመሙትን እንዲረዳ ለበሽታውም ጥንቃቄ እንዲያደርግ እንዲህ ያሉ ግብረሰናይ ድርጅቶች የገቢ ማሰባሰቢያም ሲያደርጉ ትብብር እንዲያደርግ ደግሞ የቤተ ክርስቲያናችንን ልጆች ጥሪ እናቀርባለን።
And from here on, we should not only protect ourselves in the physical way, but as well as the spiritual way from here on out. As we raise awareness and as we raise money in these groups and these charities, we should also be thinking about the spiritual aspects of these as we go forward as a whole, as a community, and as humanity.
በዚህ አጋጣሚ በዚህ የምታስተባበሩ ወገኖቻችንን ሁሉ በጣም እናመሰግናለን። ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ የዛሬ 35 ዓመት በፊት በተነሳው ድርቅ ምክንያት በርካታ ሰዎች ከዓለም እርዳታ አድርገዋል። ሰው ለሰው መተባበር የሚገባ ነው። ቤታቸውን ሁሉ ሸጠው እርዳታ የረዱ ሰዎች እዚህ አሜሪካ ውስጥ እንዳሉ በታሪክ መጽሐፍ አንብቤያለሁ እና በጣም የሚያስደንቅ ነውና እነሱን ሁሉ የምናስብበት ነው ዛሬ በእውነት።
35 years ago, we all know that there was a drought in that region, in Ethiopia and the other African regions. During the We Are the World fundraisings, Abba was back home during that time, and he remembers reading about the people that have not only sacrificed their time, but their financial status to help those people in need, selling not only their valuables, but their homes to help others in need. And he's very happy about this happening now, even 35 years later.
የዛሬ 35 ዓመት ችግሩ ረሃብ በተነሳበት ጊዜ በካሊፎርኒያ የሚገኙ ወይን የሚያመርቱ ገበሬዎች ስራቸውን ትተው ያንን ወደ ሀገር ቤት ለተጎዱ ሰዎች ይልኩ ነበርና ዛሬ ድረስ ወይን እንግዶች መጥተው ስናቀርብ የካሊፎርኒያን ወይን ነው ገዝቼ የማቀርበውና በጣም ብዙ ባለውለታ ሰዎች አሉ በዚህ የተሳተፉና ዛሬም የሚያደርጉ ነኝን ሁሉ ማመስገን እወዳለሁ በእውነት።
35 years ago, Abba remembers it being a very big issue with the drought, and he remembers some Californian farmers who left their farming and used their resources and time to help those people in need back home. And because of that, he has a special place for the Californians, and he has a special place for those people that farmed in those wine vineyards.
Excuse me, but I cannot hear you.
Yes, can you hear us now? Can you hear us now?
አሁን ይሰማል ድምፁ?
I still cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
ይሰማል?
ይሰማል።
Abba continued by saying 35 years ago that there was a drought, and he remembers the Californian farmers, the farm workers in the vineyards, leaving their finances, leaving their homes, leaving all the things that they had to help the people back home. And because of that, Abba has a special place in his heart for those Californian farmers, and he hopes to one day repay them back for what they did for us 35 years ago.
ስለዚህ እንዲህ ያለ ችግረኞች የሚደርሱ ሰዎች በሚያደርጉት ነገር አንደኛ ከእግዚአብሔር በረከት ያገኛሉ፣ ሁለተኛ ትልቅ ታሪክ ነው የሚሰሩትና አሁንም በዚህ ሁሉም ተባባሪ እንዲሆን የኛንም ሀገር ሰዎች የዓለምን ሕዝብ ሁሉ ጥሪዬን አቀርባለሁ በዚህ አጋጣሚ።
This is not only a blessing for the people as people one-on-one, but as a spiritual blessing as well for those who do believe as well, and even those that don't believe, it still is a blessing as well. And I would like to give my thanks to the people that have done that, and for those that are listening as well.
ስራችሁን ይባርክላችሁ። ስለሚደረገው ነገር ሁሉ በጣም እናመሰግናለን።
May God bless you all and everything that you are doing. May He make it a blessed and a fruitful and a very spiritual journey for you all.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for this beautiful prayer for the world. Thank you, Abba. It was very beautiful. And thanks everyone that was live with us sharing. And I want to thank Masfim, Abba,
Thank you
and
very much.
Lisa, Chad, and Masfim also for being live and sharing this prayer with the world. Masfim, can you tell us a bit more of this prayer and this connection?
I
We're
cannot hear
gonna
you,
carry
Sarah.
on. Can you tell us a bit more about this prayer and this connection and this idea of bringing everybody together? And also how we're gonna carry on with our next guest as well. David, there was a beautiful, beautiful prayer that we organized.
Let's carry on with our next guest.
Yes. David, would you like to introduce our next guest? David, please unmute yourself so we can hear you. Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you now, David.
Was Lisa Robinson able to introduce herself? Because she is one of the sponsors of the Live Hope Festival. Well, Sarah, did we get a chance properly to introduce her?
No, no, you're more than welcome to introduce Lisa Robinson. And welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Chad, can you kindly give us a little introduction about Lisa?
Oh, I would love to. Most of you may not know her as well as I do, but Lisa and I, we work together. She's an amazing woman, an amazing businesswoman, an amazing person. She has a myriad of layers to her business, be it modeling, be it film and TV production, publishing, modeling, and she even has this wonderful thing. I'm guessing she titled it after herself because she called it Boss Diva. And she's just an all-around amazing person. I'm blessed to know her personally. I'm blessed to be working with her, working for her, and I am truly honored to be able to share her with everyone here.
Thank you.
My pleasure. How are you doing today, ma'am?
I am doing great, and I'm actually glad that you kind of mentioned Boss Divas because it kind of fits hand in hand with exactly what David has created here. We are successful women, and we are mentoring other women to help them over the hurdles that they may have in business. So we want to help them to overcome anything that may stop them from being successful. And a lot of our productions, because people who know me know that I have a full service production company as well. And we have about 25, 30 movies on our slate that we are filming. And Planet GLiESE is actually one of those movies. And we are very, very close to having the funding for Planet GLiESE. And then we will get started with that. But in the production company, we have homeless documentary called Seeking Human Kindness. We have domestic violence docu-series. It started out as a documentary and got so large because there were so many horrible stories, but how these women came out of that and did not let what happened to them define them, and they went on to be successful. And that is my story as well. I was a victim of domestic abuse and violence where a gun was involved. And I came out of it, and I did not let it stop me from carrying on to help other people. So that is my goal, is to help other people.
That's amazing. And I'm sure it does just something to your heart, to your soul, to be able to reach out and not only help like yourself women in business, but also to help others and bring awareness to those who need help. And so, can you tell us a little bit how you came to Live Hope, and so what was that process like for you, and what was it like for you to be able to bring some life to this particular project?
Well, actually, my partner with Boss Diva is Carol Joyce over at From the Heart Productions. And she introduced me to David and a few other people within Live Hope. And I am so honored to be part of it. It attracts my humanitarian side. So I'm loving this.
And I'm sure the people are loving all that you do for them. Some of you may or may not know, probably not, but she is my agent. She is also my boss. So I don't call her Boss Diva. I do call her Boss Lady. So chivalry. So with Live Hope, the documentaries, and just everything you got going on. So what is probably your main goal and drive moving forward as a successful businesswoman, boss diva, and boss lady?
Well, as an executive producer, it puts me in a position to bring money to projects that the world needs to hear. And I think with everything that's going on in Hollywood right now, we've kind of seen a crash of Hollywood to some degree. And a lot of projects that are coming to my company as an executive producer are projects that the world really needs. A lot of them are true inspirational stories. But for instance, all of our documentaries are to help mankind in some way. And I love what Heidi said about the clean water. That is something that I would love to be involved with. I am a very humanitarian person, and I love helping people.
And you're probably in a very unique position. Well, I would say probably you are, the fact that you are, a female, successive female, and you talked about the kind of deterioration of the Hollywood structure, maybe model as we've seen. So moving forward as a successful businesswoman, do you see more women coming in, becoming boss ladies and running their own production companies moving forward, or do you think eventually it'll just kind of go back to the old way?
No, actually, I believe that the new Hollywood will be women. Women tend to go more on the humanitarian side, and we get along really well with each other. Not saying that men don't, but I do see the new Hollywood being a lot of strong, powerful women.
Absolutely. So do you feel an obligation as a woman, or do you just feel that it's just the right thing to do to empower women to achieve success that they may not have thought possible before?
I do feel like it's the right thing to do. I think that I have an amount of power to empower women, and I want to be a role model for women. So I think it's the right time to do this in the world, the way the world is right now. And I think that we'll be very successful at helping the world and changing the world.
Absolutely think so. So to those women who may be watching, who are kind of curious of how you achieved your level of success. So where did you actually get your start in the entertainment industry? If you can just kind of walk us through that just a little bit.
Well, it's interesting because my mother was a model in the 1960s. So I grew up in an era when modeling was about sophistication and class. Not to saying that that is not what it is today, but my agency actually takes you back to that era, and I teach you how to sit correctly and be a woman, not so much in the feminism way, not that kind of power, but to empower yourself from within. And I love to give people that confidence, especially women. Women have been put down for a long time, and their confidence has just been squashed. And, you know, like I said, I want to be a role model to show them how easy it is to be successful. I opened my first agency in 1998, and now we have 47 locations. So it just kind of rolled into one thing after the other, because it started with the agency. Then I created the production company, and we now have a record label. It just kind of all just rolled into one, and it works.
So you said you came from, it was kind of a part of the family, your mother and everything. So who were some of your biggest, other than your mom, who you've talked about, who are some of your other big influences in the industry that made you want to be a part of this?
There was a lot of actresses, but since I am old, I like a lot of the really, really classic actresses, such as Ava Gardner, beautiful women inside and out. And now, of course, I grew up in the 60s, so Twiggy was the model back then, and I loved her. I still love her to this day. But with my agency, I kind of wanted to empower all women, that we look for real women. We don't look for the little tiny 6 foot tall women like New York Fashion Week and places like that. We want every woman and every little girl to grow up with a dream.
Absolutely. And I'm sure a lot of women, even to this day, struggle with body imagery. So what is something you said you teach, so what is something you try to do to let women know that they were made for a certain way and a certain purpose? So what do you kind of tell them? What do you teach them to make them feel that? Because you're about, being centered and feeling from the inside. So what advice do you give them? What is it you teach them so they can get that peace?
I think that, I was called a dreamer a lot when I was growing up. And a lot of children, not just girls, but boys, are shamed for dreaming. And I don't think that you could ever accomplish anything if you weren't a dreamer. You have to keep that dream and hold on to it. So I think by signing ordinary people and plus size models, big and handsome men, we want the whole attitude and the experience of being signed with the agency to be like, I love being with Lisa Robinson's agency because they make me feel worth something. They give me confidence, and I feel good about myself. And as long as I can leave this world with that, knowing that I did my best, I'm good with that.
So, the planet, I always have a trouble. I'm waiting for the scroll. Sorry, I want to make sure GLiESE. Planet GLiESE. Can you talk about more kind of on that and kind of what drew you to that?
Well, Basil and I have been friends for a while with Carol. We're all friends, and I'm particularly interested in his project, and I want to help with that. I'm also not only are we helping with the funding, I'm also looking for sponsors. Also, I'm looking for sponsors for this for David as well, because I believe in him. But with Planet GLiESE, it's just a really good project, and I do not take on projects that I don't have it right here for them. And I love the project, so I'm excited about getting funding probably within 10-20 days.
Okay. So, of course, I don't want you to get mad at me because you love me. I'm one of your favorites, right? But right now, we believe we need to introduce someone. You may not know, but I believe Mr. Fred. Mr. Fred, are you with us? I'm John.
Am I on?
Fred Spanja. There you are, sir.
Fred Spaniard, yes.
Fred Spanja. There you are, sir.
Fred Spaniard, yes.
And Lisa, we are going to get back to you, okay, ma'am?
Okay.
Mr. Fred, how are you today, sir?
Very good. I'm saying aloha from Maui.
Aloha. Shaka. So how's the weather over there? The weather's been hot here in the southeastern part of the United States. Is it always beautiful? It can't be always beautiful, right?
Pretty much. It's like I used to live in LA, and remember in LA, there's like 10 or 12 extraordinarily beautiful days, and the others are kind of like mediocre. It's kind of the opposite here. We basically have 350 days out of the year. It's really pretty beautiful. So very fortunate to be here, especially during these crazy times.
Well, we're fortunate.
You're cutting out.
Okay, I'm with us, sir. Technical difficulties.
You're cutting out.
Stadium. This is two assistants in 1980. Put on a concert in Philadelphia in the John F. Kennedy Center, Stadium, and election introduced.
Can you tell us a little bit about what brought you to the Live Hope Festival, to play these, and just the process of you getting here?
I can't really understand what you're saying. You keep cutting out.
Welcome, Fred. Welcome to Live Hope. Thank you for being live with us. We were trying to connect you with our co-host, Chad, to David Kam, the producer and co-founder of Live Hope Festival. Can you please tell us a bit more about you?
Oh, aloha, Sarah. Well, I'm Fred Spaniard. I have a company, Global Media Productions, here in Hawaii, where I've been based for almost 20 years. But I did my business all over the world on the mainland and produced all sorts of events for people like John Denver and Deepak Chopra and Eckhart Tolle and Wayne Dyer and all sorts of people throughout the years. And one of the things I did is I was one of the producers on the original Live Aid broadcast on July 13th of 1985 in Philadelphia. I was responsible for the Philadelphia operations and putting all of that together on the ground and for the Philadelphia show. Live Aid was broadcast over the course of 17 hours from two stages, one in Philadelphia and one in London at Wembley Stadium. And I understand we're celebrating the anniversary of Live Aid as part of this broadcast. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. Can you tell us?
I was a young boy.
Hang in there, Chad.
Can you tell us a bit more how was for you? Like today we're celebrating the 35th anniversary of that amazing event that through music changed the world to raise awareness on the situation that are affecting the world, like it's happening right now with the pandemic and with our desire to change the world. Tell us how you got involved and where were the challenges for you producing that event.
Well, during those times, that was the first huge global broadcast ever of its kind. The first time in history that the entire world was brought together during a live event. Before we'd watch the Olympics globally, but they were all on tape delay, various time zones. And then there was the World Cup, which was basically not really viewed here in the United States during those days. So this was the first time it really brought the globe together during a live broadcast. During that time, we had to utilize 17 satellites in order to make it happen. And it was unique as well because it came together so quickly, such a huge event. Basically in the course of 10 weeks from its inception.
Okay. Now, I have to ask you just one question, because one of the things that always sticks in my mind about that event are those 100,000 people you packed in to that stadium. How on earth did you make that happen?
Well, it's actually 103,000 in Philadelphia, and it was about 95 degrees and about 90% humidity that day. It was really hot and humid. So there were showers all throughout, spraying people. And it was pretty exciting. In fact, one of the great stories you get a kick out of is everything had to come together so quickly, and we had to get a corporate sponsor. We had to get several corporate sponsors, but one soft drink company was going to be part of the signage on the stage. It was either going to be Coca-Cola or Pepsi, and they were competing. But of course, they're not used to making major corporate decisions so quickly in the course of a week or so, or a few days. They usually take months and months. But they had to decide very quickly. And I literally, one day I was in the office and I had the executives from Coca-Cola on one line and the executives from Pepsi on the other. And I'm saying, well, you better decide because one of them's going to take it if you don't. In the end, Pepsi-Cola became the exclusive sponsor, which shouldn't be a problem, but it turned out to be quite a situation there in Philadelphia at the RFK Stadium, where it was very controlled by the Teamsters and the unions. And when we said, Pepsi's going to be our sponsor, they said, no, we're not going to be pouring Pepsi here in the stadium. So we really had a problem in our hands. And the solution we came up with is, do you mind if we supply the cups? And they basically said, we don't care what cups we pour them in, but it's only going to be Coca-Cola that goes in those cups. So we supplied them with Pepsi-Cola cups. And everybody that day, all 103,000 people in the stadium that you saw drinking Pepsi-Cola was actually drinking Coca-Cola.
That's awesome. So the 103,000 people in the stands, you had 1.9 billion people watching on TV and like just about every country in the world. So which country would you say was the most influential in all of this?
Well, it was both basically England and United States. We had a couple of remotes from Australia, but basically in chronological order, the way that it happened is in 1984, Bob Geldof got friends together in Great Britain, his British cohorts and musicians like Sting and Paul McCartney and George Michael and so forth. And they all came together in November or December.
And Queen.
What's that?
And Queen, right? I mean, everyone knows Queen. They even made a movie about it. So,
right,
how and how was Queen? Because everybody, it's almost not almost. It is synonymous. Live Aid and Queen. So, talk about Queen and how they were able to kind of come together and bring to that.
The predecessor to Live Aid and Queen was a video that Bob Geldof put together in Great Britain, just with British rock stars, called "Feed the World." Let them know it's Christmas time. And it came out for Christmas. Yeah. Feed the world. Yes. Let them know it's Christmas time. So that became quite a sensation. And then the next obvious step was we need to do something like that here in the United States. And so kind of skipping ahead, they basically organized the We Are the World video recording at A&M Studios in the United States in January. And that video came out. And then, of course, the next step was, well, we really need to organize a concert. What was unique about this concert was that we set out to specifically not make it like a telethon, but really make it a show where we educated people about ending world hunger, not just alleviating world hunger, but actually that it could end, that there was sufficiency, there was enough to go around. So we never showed one picture of a starving child during those 17 hours. We showed abundance. We showed pictures of that there's enough to go around.
So I did ask you about Bill Graham and Harvey. So how did they come together with you?
Well, those were some big egos. And I was a 30-year-old whippersnapper, but theoretically I was their boss because I was working for the executive producer who had hired both of them. Bill Graham was brought on by my boss, Mike Mitchell, to basically be the talent coordinator for the show here in the United States. And Harvey was the talent coordinator and the producer for the show in Philadelphia. Bill was not used to really being an underling, to anybody. He was the guy in charge. And that was a struggle that kind of, it was a bittersweet experience with Bill Graham because he's such a talented, charismatic master at what he does, but he had a very explosive, volatile personality backstage.
Oh, and how did you meet them? And how did you meet the two of them, and how did y'all come together?
Like I say, Geldof got together with Mike Mitchell, and he was hired. He had just done the 1984 Olympics here in Los Angeles. He was the operations manager for the 1984 Olympics. So he was hired to coordinate this whole big extravaganza. One thing that Mike was, he was very smart, and one thing he knew was that he didn't know a lot about putting together a rock concert or putting together a TV show, and he certainly didn't know much about ending world hunger. So he brought on people like myself, who I came from the world of producing many events within the entertainment industry those 5-6 years prior about ending world hunger. And so I was an obvious choice for being a producer for the show. And then we brought on writers that had been writing for other projects about ending world hunger to educate, to do the educational pieces.
Okay, and speaking of world hunger, the whole thing came together because of what was going on in Ethiopia, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
So how did Bob Geldof, and so Bob Geldof was focused on that, and what do you think happened from there? Because our attention has obviously not shifted to stuff still going on in Ethiopia. So why was Bob so focused on that?
Well, Bob basically was focused on that because the NBC had run a 1-minute spot, I believe, on the nightly news about a famine that was occurring. And he was just so moved that how can a famine be occurring on our planet when there's plenty to go around? And that's really what motivated him, and that's how it all took off. And that's how we first organized Feed the World, let them know it's Christmas time in Britain, and then came We Are the World here in the United States, and then Live Aid. And Live Aid did raise $125 million. They did end up, sending quite a bit of food over. And of course, a lot of it sat on the docks and things. It didn't make it to the people, of course, because of the politics. It's always the politics that gets in the way. We've always said about ending world hunger that it's all about popular will that motivates political will. And here we are today, nothing's much changed about, statistics about hunger have declined somewhat, but the infant mortality rate has dropped, but there's still about 20,000 people every day that are dying of hunger-related diseases. Every day on this planet.
That's very sad. Mr. Fred, thank you so much for your time. Please if you would stay on until the end, we are going to have a surprise for you, and we want you to be a part of it. Can you do that for me, sir?
Thank you. How long have we got? I can stay on for a while.
Sarah?
In a couple of hours.
Sarah, how long we got?
If you stay live, we have many bands coming live right now. Fred, I want to thank you for your time and sharing your story. This is so incredible. Thank you for your presence and supporting our initiative. We are being together right now because we want to change things in the world the same way you did in 1985. So thank you. We're going to have guests and bands from all around the world. So thank you. Stay live with us, and thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on.
Come back live in about 3 hours. Can you do that? Can you come back in about
for
3
sure.
hours?
Yeah, in about an hour. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Perfect. Thank you. Oh,
thank you, sir.
So much. Thank you. Thank you for your time. There was Fred Spaniard, producer of Live Aid in 1985 to fight hunger in Ethiopia. And we have many artists from Ethiopia today. We have Masfim, that he's from Ethiopia, one of the producers of Live Hope, that is helping us promoting what's happening. Hi, Masfim. How was that? Thank you for connecting us with Fred.
Sarah, I somehow we're having technical difficulty.
We can hear you.
I'm not hearing one word at all.
Okay, speak there.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So, Sarah, so listening to Fred say, what kind of memories did that bring back for you? Because I was like a little boy when all that was going on. So I remember, actually, even though I was young, I remember a lot about that. So, so that brought back a lot of memories for me. I wonder if it did for you as well.
Well,
hey, David, are you here, sir? So you should know a lot about this. Can you? There you are, sir. What are some of your impressions and kind of some of the old memories that you gained yourself from listening to Fred speak? All right, Messman, thank you so much for joining me. Can you hear me now, sir?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, what are some of the things you remember about Live Aid? And because I mean, again, it touched so many people. So, what did that do for you?
All right. Well, that's a very good question. Unfortunately, I was here in the United States in 1985, meaning when I say unfortunately, I could not witness what happened in Ethiopia or in East Africa. But I can tell you this. The reason why we had a big starvation, a colossal starvation in East Africa, not only in Ethiopia, is because of 5 to 7 years of drought. Drought meaning no rain at all. As it is, the farmers in that region are still using primitive way of farming. And
what about now? I mean, because it's still rough there now, right?
Even now, it didn't change much. Even though there was a lot of effort and a lot of collaboration by East African countries trying to circumvent this colossal starvation in the future, but we still have, and the main cause is El Nino. The El Nino changes every so often, 5 years to 7 years of drought, when they don't have the fertilizers or the equipment, the farm equipment to do a better farming. All they're using is their oxen and primitive plowing with a little piece of land. It's not commercial size, but it is what we call a family small farm. And when they don't have rain for 7 years, people just perish. And what do we do? What do we do to stop that? You cannot stop that. That's Mother Nature. That's El Nino.
Speaking of Mother Nature, I mean, we have the pandemic going on. I mean, I think there was like a flood of locusts, the floods, and
Yeah.
so I mean, God, where's all that coming from, right?
Yeah, there is no end to this catastrophe. If it's not coronavirus across the globe and in general, and East Africa or African countries in particular, where they don't have the resources to even buy their masks. They don't have the resources. Let's even forget masks. Even water to drink. How could we tell them, wash your hands, when they don't even have a few drops of water to quench their thirst? So let's put that in perspective.
Right.
So some of these people were asked, please wash your hands. And a lot of them looked, and say, what do you mean wash your hands? I didn't even have a glass of water the whole day. So when we talk about these situations, it is beyond our comprehension to what the poor people are going through in Africa. For that matter, in a lot of other third world countries. So this is universal. We're all together in this planet as one.
Absolutely.
When we have the haves and the have-nots, this is where the haves could share a little bit and help the have-nots to be back on their feet, to be self-reliant. But they need help. They gotta lean on somebody's shoulder to see if they can have the bare minimum to exist in this world.
So what would you like to see come of all this fundraising? So what you personally, so we're having the fundraiser now, so what would you like to see come out of this for Ethiopia and the world?
Well, what I would like to see is, first of all, and this is addressing to the donors, to the people that are listening to this. This situation is not only in Ethiopia or East Africa, but being from that region. I am from Africa. I was fortunate enough to come in 1972 to further my education, and I did. And right now I'm retired. And during my retirement time, what I'm saying is, I am blessed with what I have, being here in the United States. But what's the legacy I want to leave behind? What can I do to help? And through the organization of Live Hope Festival, maybe we can address this issue worldwide and say to the donors, please, every dollar counts. We have coronavirus medical supply shortage. More than that, people are starving because they are locked in for the last 4 months. The father with 4 children and a wife has been locked up in the house. To start with, is hand to mouth or paycheck to paycheck. No money saved. Just imagine for 1 second, if you've been locked up and there is no money and you have 3 children and a wife, what are you going to do? So I'm pleading to the world, please, let's help.
And they can help by donating to www.livehopefestival.com and by visiting www.planetglease.com. Everything's on there. So yes,
absolutely.
And if you're listening,
Absolutely.
if you can, please donate, please help.
And let's get all together and make it happen. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you, sir, for everything. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything you've shared. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks.
Oh, I do have one last question for you. Minishu. Can you produce Minishu?
Say that again. I could hardly hear you.
I want you to introduce Kinishu. I want you to introduce her. Can you do that for me? Yeah, wait. There she is. Okay, there she is. Minutia.
Hello, hello, hello. Salam, salam.
There you go.
Hello.
Okay, very good.
Now,
There you
I
go.
want
Nice to
y'all
see you
to just
guys.
ask her some questions, get to know her.
Salam, ጤና ይስጥልኝ. Hello.
The technical difficulty that I'm having, please continue.
Oh, okay. Hello, man. Thank you for joining
I
us.
can hear
Can you
you.
tell us where you're from?
Hello, this is Manisio. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm living, yes, from Ethiopia. I'm Ethiopian.
Ethiopian?
And I'm
Okay.
living, excuse me?
Could you just tell us a little bit about yourself and about your life, please?
Okay. I live in the Netherlands, Holland. So I am a singer, dancer. I'm an artist.
Okay. Can you put your phone down? Is it stationary? There we
Can you
go.
see
Thank
me?
you.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, we wanted it stationary. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No
Please
problem.
go on. Could you tell us about your life? You said you were a dancer. Please continue. And your childhood,
Yes,
please.
I was born in East Ethiopia, Dredawa, and when I was about 9, I moved to Addis Ababa in the capital city of Ethiopia. But for the last more than 20 years, I am living in the Netherlands here. So promoting and Ethiopian music for, like I said, for the last more than 20 years.
Nice. So what are some of your hobbies and what exactly are you doing now?
It's not a hobby. My work is as a musician. I'm singer. I'm writer. I'm songwriter. I'm producer. I'm doing in the music business.
Oh, lots of hats. Okay.
Yeah.
So so what brought you to music? So what exactly inspired you to do what it is you do?
When I was very young age, it was in our country, in Ethiopia, it was at the time was a socialist party kind of, and so every young people has to do something in their talents. So I even didn't know, and then I jump in the music group, amateur music group. But after a short time, I could join the professional, artists, and then I could join a national theater from Ethiopia. So even after a couple of months, I could tour the whole world.
Who were some of your favorite music artists in Ethiopia? And then surely there has to be at least one person in America. So who are some of your favorite artists that were in Ethiopia and then that are also in America?
My Ethiopian favorite artist, or my how do you call it?
Your inspirations?
My hero, my experience is Mulatu Astatke.
Nice.
Yes, because of him, I am doing what I'm doing now with Ethiopian music, but mixing with world music from all over the world. And from the other, like Michael Jackson is my favorite because I am a dancer too.
Nice.
And I'm perfectional too, so he's my idol, my hero too.
Nice. Would you be able to sing anything for us today?
Yes, I will sing for you guys, and then also I'll say something, in Amharic, hopefully.
Please, can you please sing for me? Yes.
Right now you mean?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm just asking to the Ethiopian people. I would love to say it in Amharic. ሚኒሹ ነኝ ከኢትዮጵያ ነኝ። በሆላንድ ሀገር ውስጥ ነው የምኖረው እና በዚህ በኮቪድ 19 በሽታ መቼም ዓለማችንን ያው እያናጋው ነው ያለው። ግን ደግሞ በሀገራችን ከደሃዎች ሀገር አንዷ ከምትባለው ሀገራችን ላይ በሽታውን መቆጣጠር ከባድ ስለሆነ ሁላችንም ተጋግዘን በምንችለው አቅም ራሳችን ኃላፊነቱን ወስደን ከበሽታው ራሳችንን እንድንጠብቅ እለምናለሁኝ። በእግዚአብሔር ስም እግዚአብሔር አገራችን ይጠብቅልን። ይሄንን የመጣውን በሽታ ደግሞ እግዚአብሔር ያስወግድልን እላለሁኝ።
Can you sing something for us? I want to hear that beautiful voice, please. Can you please sing for me?
Okay, you want me like a cappella?
Acapella, yes, please. We love acapella here.
Oh my God. Okay. I would love to sing about anyway song called Black Ink. That's ጥቁር ቀለም. Black ink is like Lucy, the first human skeleton, the oldest skeleton found in Ethiopia.
Nice.
Yes, so we are all Ethiopians. So the song, so I wrote this song a couple of years ago, so I will sing it for you guys. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, yeah. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, yeah. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, yeah. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, yeah. ጥቁር ቀለም ፈሶ ምድርሽን ሲሞላ
That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
የተራራው ሜዳ በጫካው በውሃው ተጣምሮ አንድ ላይ ውበት አቀለመው ኢትዮ አሰኘ ኢትዮጵያ ጸደቀ። What about that?
Okay, so I would like to introduce Alayu from Ethiopia. Is she with us?
Who?
Oh,
hello.
I would like to introduce you to him.
Okay.
Sorry. And here he is.
I didn't hear you very well.
Hello, sir. How are you? Please tell us about yourself.
Hello?
Mr. Alayu?
For me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please tell us about yourself.
I'm sorry. My name is Ayalio Masfin. Hello, Manishu. How are you?
Hello, Lini Abat. ደህና ነው ወይ?
እንዴት ነሽ? በጣም ስላየሁሽ በጣም አምስተርዳምም አለሽ ብለውኝ መጥቼ ለስራ
ሳታገኘኝ ተመለስክ? ኦ ማይ ጋድ፣ ሳታገኘኝ ለምን ተመለስክ?
አጋጣሚ ነው እንግዲህ። በመጀመሪያ በዚህ ፕሮግራም ላይ ተሳታፊ በመሆኔ በታላቅ አክብሮት ወንድሜ ተክሉ ተስፋዬ ስለጋበዘኝና ይህንን የአገር ባለውለታዎች የነበሩ ለኢትዮጵያ ታላቅ ስራ የሰሩ የኪነ ጥበብ ባለሙያዎች ስብስብ እዚህ በመገኘቴ በእውነት ትልቅ ክብርና ደስታ ተሰምቶኛል። ተክሉ በጣም አመሰግናለሁ።
ተክሉዬ፣ እኔም እንደዛው አመሰግናለሁ። ከእንደናንተ አይነት ትልልቅ ሰዎች ጋር አርቲስቶች ጋር በመገኘቴ በዚህ ፕሮግራም Thank you so much, all of you, for this opportunity.
አዎ በአጠቃላይ በዚህ አጋጣሚ ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ በ83 ዓመተ ምህረት ከፍተኛ ጭንቅና ችግር በነበረችበት ጊዜ አንድናት ኢትዮጵያን ሰላም ለኢትዮጵያን አይ ጊዜ የተባሉትን ስራዎችን በብሔራዊ ቲያትር ባቀረብኩበት ጊዜ ምንሹ ታላቅ የመድረኩ ፈርጥ ነበረች እና ጊዜ የማይሰራው ጊዜ ቢረሳው የማይችል ታላቅ ስራ አብረን ሰርተናልና በእውነት እንደምወድሽ እንደማከብርሽ ታውቂልኛለሽ ድሮም ዛሬ ደግሞ ታይሽ በጣም ነው ደስ ያለኝ
አመሰግናለሁ
በጣም ነው ደስ ያለኝ እንግዲህ ይሄ ነገር ያው ትራንስሌት እንዲደረግ እጠይቃለሁ እኔ በደንብ መናገር የምችለው በአገሬ ቋንቋ ነው በጣም ይቅርታ ይሄ ስብስብ ግን ትልቅ ለኢትዮጵያ ብቻ ሳይሆን ለዓለም ባለውለታ ነው በክፉ ቀን በችግር ቀን በጭንቅ ቀን ከወገኑ ሰው በመሆኑ ከሰው ጎን የሚቆም ይህ እግዚአብሔር የረዳው እግዚአብሔር ያነሳሳውና አእምሮውን በመልካም የታነጸ በመሆኑ በዚህ ጊዜ የነበሩት ዛሬ በህይወት ባይኖሩም በመልካም ስራቸው ሲታወሱ ይኖራሉ አም ዘ ወርልድ በሚለው በዛ ትልቅ ስራ እነ ዊትኒ ሃውስተን እነ ማይክል ጃክሰን እነ ጄምስ ብራውን እነ ኬኒ ሮጀርስ እና የመሳሰሉት ዛሬ በህይወት ባይኖሩም
አይዞን
ስራቸው ለዘላለም ሲታወስ ይኖራል ሰውነን እናልፋለን እንሞታለን የኛ ሙያ የኛ ስራ ሰውን ማለያየት ሰውን ማጋደል ሰውን ማጣላት ሳይሆን የራቀውን ሰላም መመለስ የጠፋውን ፍቅር ማደስ ሰውና ሰውን በሰላም ማገናኘት ስለሆነ በዛች ወቅት በሰላም መድረክ ላይ ቆመን ዛሬ የተገናኘ ነው ሰዎች ለሰው መልካም ስራ የሰሩትን በማሰብ ነውና እነኚህ ሰዎች በህይወት ባይኖሩም ለኢትዮጵያ ህዝብና በተለይ ለኢትዮጵያ ኪነ ጥበብ ሰው ታላቅ ባለውለታ በመሆናቸው ስናስባቸው እንኖራለን
በትክክል
አሁን ያለንበት ወቅት ደግሞ የሰው ልጅ እንደ ቅጠል የሚረግፍበት ዓለምን ያስጨነቀ ትልቁንም ትንሹንም አንድ ያደረገ ሀብታሙንም ደሃውንም እኩል ያደረገ ኒኩሌር ያለውንም ኒኩሌር የሌለውንም ባዶውንም ያለውንም አንድ ያደረገ ስለሆነ እግዚአብሔር ይህንን እንዲያስወግድልን ሁላችንም በጸሎት ተግተን አባታችን ቅድም ትልቅ ትምህርት እንዳስተማሩን በአንድነት ቁመን አሁን በጭንቅ ላይ ያሉትን ሰዎች ለመርዳት አቅማችን ሙያችን ችሎታችን በሚፈቅደው ሁሉ በአንድ ቁመን መርዳት መደገፍ አለብን እኛም እንደነዛ እንቁ ሰዎች እንደነ ማይክል ጃክሰን እንደነ ዊትኒ እንደነ ጄምስ ብራውን እንደነ ኬኒ ሮጀርስ አፈር ከመሆናችን በፊት በህይወት እያለን በፍቅር ተገናኝተን በፍቅር ሰርተን ሰዎችን ረድተን ማለፍ አለብን ትውልድ የማይረሳው ትልቅ ስራ ሰርተው አልፈዋልና በጣም ነው እንግዲህ እኔ ሊተረጉምላቸው ይገባል እርግጠኛ ነኝ ተክሉም ይኖራል እንደሚተረጉምላቸው እርግጠኛ ነኝ ለሚጠይቁኝ ጥያቄ መልስ ለመስጠት ዝግጁ ነኝ
በጣም ጥሩ ይሰማችኋል መስፍን ነኝ
አዎ ይሰማኛል
በጣም ቅድም ቴክኒካል ፕሮብሌም ነበርና ምንም አይሰማኝም ነበር አሁን ቀያይሬው ነው መሰማችሁ በጣም እናመሰግናችኋለን ስለቀረባችሁ ስቴጃችን ላይ ላይቭ ሆፕ ፌስቲቫል ከሶስት ኤግዚኪቲቭ ፕሮዲውሰርስ አንዱ ነኝ። እዚህ ላይ ተገኝታችሁ ለምናደርገው ፈንድሬዚንግ ይሄው ችግር የማመጣው ነገር የለም። አንዱን ችግር ተወጣን ስንል ሁለተኛው ችግር እየመጣብን አሁን በትልቁ ደግሞ የሚካሄደውን ሁሉ ትሰማላችሁ። በተቻለ መጠን በዚህ በፈንድሬዚንግ አንደኛው ትልቁ እንትን ምንድን ነው? ይሄ ገንዘብ ከሬስ ከተደረገ በኋላ በመጀመሪያ በኮሮና ቫይረስ ምክንያት የመድኃኒትና የማስክ የግላቭ ይሄ እጥረቱን እንዲያሟላ፣ ሁለተኛ ደግሞ በተፈጠረው በኮሮና ቫይረስ ምክንያት ቅድም በእንግሊዝኛ ተናግሬዋለሁ ከ3 ከ4 ወር በላይ ቤት ውስጥ ለተዘጉ ምግብ ለሌላቸው ገንዘብ ለሌላቸው ምንድን ነው የሚሆኑት? ህዝብን ዓለምን የምንጠይቀው እስቲ እጃችሁን ዘርጋ አርጋችሁ ለተቸገረው ቀረቡላቸው፣ አግዟቸው በሚል በእንግሊዝኛ በብዛት ብዙ ይሄ ኮሮና የሚባል ከተጀመረ ጀምሮ ሁለተኛ ኢቨንታችን ነው። በትልቁ ኖቬምበር 19 ወርልድ ዋይድ 2020 እናደርጋለን። ሆፕፉሊ በዛ ጊዜ እንደገና እንገናኛለን። ግን አሁን ለምታደርጉት በጣም ከልቤ አመሰግናለሁ።
በጣም እኛም እናመሰግናለን።
እኛም እናመሰግናለን ወንድሜ መስፍን። ስለአንተ ሳልናገር በመቅረቴ ጠይቃለሁ። በጣም አመሰግናለሁ።
Messi, we would love to know you were talking about.
Thank you so much.
Synopsis in English.
Oh, we can speak English.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit what's going on with Manisha, can you tell us what you were talking about in English?
Oh, we were talking about the problems in our country because of the COVID-19. You know, it's the third world, the poorest country, one of the poorest country, and what he's saying was like people even they don't have enough or water to drink, and how can we say to them, wash your hands, just please take care of yourself, this kind of things, and if we can help them by giving them whatever it is, even 50 cents is something, and let's try to help our people. I mean, everywhere in the world. Finally, that's what we were talking about, I think.
Sarah, by the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to say
people die in Ethiopia because of the death of a singer. Were you talking about that as well? Can you tell us a bit more about that? The death of 166 people because of the death of a singer.
About what?
I could hardly hear you, Sarah. Could you maybe might
it's not really clear. What was the question?
Talk about.
Can you please repeat it?
Talk about the death of 166 people that died because of the death of a famous singer.
Because of what?
The death of a famous singer who got killed.
Oh, the famous singer. I really don't know much about that, and I'm not really involved those kind of things. I'm not following that thing. So,
how is the situation right now?
I think it's stable over there. I really don't know so much about it. I can't tell you much. I'm sorry.
Messi, can you hear me? Like I wanted to know what was making Messi emotional.
We're having technical difficulties, Sarah. I cannot hear one word.
You're not hearing me right now. Do you hear me?
I can hear you, but
I cannot hear.
So,
I do.
Manish,
Yeah.
can you tell
Yes.
me why Masfin got emotional? What were you talking about?
Oh, Gasha Yaleo Mesfin was emotional because of those big artists, like artists who passed away, like Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, and Kenny Rogers, and James Brown, and those kind of huge artists, especially also who were on Live Aid in 19, which year was it? I forgot. So he was emotional because of, they left us, they passed away. But also he was asking before we are also, go this way. Let's do something. Let's help our people, or let's do something. This is why he was emotional, I think.
because ለዓለም ነበር እነኚህ ሰዎች የዘፈኑት፣ ለኢትዮጵያ ነበር የዘፈኑት፣ ለህዝብ ለሰው ነበር የዘፈኑት። ዛሬ እኛ አለን፣ እነሱ
They
ግን
didn't sing
የሉም።
only for Ethiopian, but to
To the world.
We want to bring
Maybe
the energy up and inspire people. So we're going to connect now with a live band. In the meantime,
Yes.
I want to thank you for your time. If you can stay live with us in about an hour, we will bring you back in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So
Thank
if
you.
you can work out from the system,
በጣም
bring
እናመሰግናለን።
you back in an hour. Thank you so much.
እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልኝ።
So we are very excited to introduce a fantastic band that is live from Italy and Chad. Here they are.
And
The Criminal
we
Chaos.
are the Criminal Chaos.
How are you?
Hi,
Come
ciao.
state? Ciao.
Welcome
dude, house band.
festival.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Benvenuti anche voi nel nostro studio in Italia.
Ciao ragazzi, grazie.
Grazie a te.
Diteci un po' della vostra band.
Allora, innanzitutto io sono Nick. Come, scusa?
Un momento, Nick.
Sì.
All right, from Padova, Italy.
Yes.
The Criminal Chaos.
Parma.
The
Parma,
Criminal
Italy.
Chaos.
Okay.
Parma.
Hearing you live from Italy. Just say that.
And we are looking forward to hearing from you live from Italy.
Ah, ok.
Grazie mille ragazzi per essere live con noi. Non vediamo l'ora di ascoltare la vostra musica, The Criminal Chaos, in diretta da Parma. Benvenuti.
Grazie.
So thank you to The Criminal Chaos, the band live from Parma, Italy. They're here with us to share their fantastic music. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us a bit more about your band and when did you became The Criminal Chaos? Diteci un po' della band, com'è nata.
Ok, la band è nata da un'idea mia di Pablo, che è il bassista alle mie spalle, lo vedete alle mie spalle, e dopo una lunga ricerca abbiamo selezionato diversi musicisti e siamo arrivati alla formazione attuale. È una band che ovviamente però fa pezzi propri. E
When did the band became The Criminal Chaos?
Sorry?
Quando la band si è formata?
Ah, ok. Si è formata più o meno 5-6 anni fa. La data precisa non la ricordo, anche perché abbiamo un'attività abbastanza intensa, quindi il tempo passa, però neanche tanto veloce per noi.
Iniziamo con la prima canzone. Vai, ragazzi.
Posso presentare la band prima di iniziare o andiamo diretti?
Andiamo diretti.
Ok, perfetto. Grazie.
The Criminal Chaos, live from Italy.
have a civilized mind. You have a beautiful smile. You're my perfect baby. I gotta say it all, you don't. I gotta say it all, you don't. Make myself somebody get me when you start. Baby, so sexy, let me by. Make myself you gotta feed in your mind, it's a feeling. You gotta feed in your mind, it's a feeling. Make myself I want to feel your let me down. Na 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 na. Now and make vanity.
Fantastico!
Thank you, grazie.
Ragazzi, rimanete in linea, abbiamo altri ospiti.
Bye, goodbye. We've fallen down, we've fallen down. Goodbye.
Life lost my soul. Let me see an endless star. Stop me, like me now, like me be like this. Wanna feel it myself. It's still out of me. Stop me, let me now, let me be like this.
Tell me, so like my fear, I become a tear out my fear. I am made to so like my fear, I become a tear out my fear.
Force my soul, let me see an endless storm. Stop me, let me now, let me be like this. Wanna feel it myself, it's still out of me. Stop me, let me now, let me be like this.
I am made to soar like my fear, I become a tear out my fear. I am made to soar like my fear, I become a tear out my fear. My future is life, my future is style, my future Wanna feel it, my soul is still out of me. Stop me, let me down, let me be like this. I am made to soul like my fear. I become a seer out my fear. I am made to soul like my fear. I become a seer out my fear. I am made to soul like my fear. I become a seer out my fear. I am made to soul like my fear. I become a seer out my fear. My future is life. My future is science. My future is evidence. I wanna feel, but I feel you want. I wanna feel, but I feel you want. Let me be free. I wanna feel, but I feel you want. You let me down, I am feeling like You let me down, I am feeling like
let me be free. I wanna feel, but I feel you wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.
I have a request. I have a request.
Yes.
If you can stay live with us, connect later on, and if we can do a cover of a song, a surprise song. But we will reconnect with you later. Will you be able to stay live? Potete rimanere connessi con noi live per un altro po', vi riportiamo live. Abbiamo avuto commenti dal pubblico che hanno adorato la vostra musica, quindi vi vogliamo riportare.
Grazie. Thank you very much. Grazie.
Quindi non andate via, ci riconnettiamo con voi, con tutti quanti, più tardi. So rimanete in linea?
Sì, adesso, ok.
Zoom out, se potete zoomare fuori, vogliamo vedere tutta la band, perché ci sono persone che vogliono connettersi per congratularsi con voi.
Ok, thank you very much.
Zoom out.
Potete farci vedere la band al completo?
Sì. Mi esco dalla mia cabina perché così riesco a interagire meglio con voi.
Sì.
Allora,
ci puoi presentare?
Sì, assolutamente sì. Al basso Pablo Chittolini.
Sì.
Pablo.
All'elettronica Ivan Chittolini.
Electronic Ivan Chittolini.
Alla chitarra
Guitar.
Keffia Mirko Caleffi, in arte Keffia.
Keffia Mirko Caleffi.
E alla batteria il maestro Elder Stefanini.
At the drums Elder Stefanini. E il lead singer
Nick Bergogni alla voce.
Nick Bergogni, il nostro cantante, lead singer.
Grazie.
Adesso se zoomate fuori così possiamo vedere tutta la band contemporaneamente.
Ci avviciniamo un po' perché siamo in una location un po'.
No,
c'è
bisogno. 30 secondi che vi zoomate, che vi vediamo tutti. Sì, così perfetto.
Okay. Spiega loro cosa succede. In English, tell everybody.
Grazie mille per tutto quello che state facendo.
Rimanete connessi.
Per voi. Sì.
Ok, rimanete così nello shot nella camera, non muovetevi, rimanete connessi.
Ok.
Abbiamo per delle persone che si connetteranno con voi adesso.
In English.
We're going to connect with other guests that want to connect with you. Because the guests want to congratulate you for the fantastic music. Vogliamo congratularvi con voi per la musica fantastica che avete appena condiviso.
Molto gentili.
Abbiamo David Cam. We have David Cam, the producer of Live Hope Festival, il produttore di Live Hope Festival. Abbiamo
Hi David,
Carl.
how are you?
David, we have Carl Widerquist.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi Chris, how are you?
And we have Charlie Moore. Hi, Charlie. And we have Stephen Cutter.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Steven!
And we have Linda.
Thank you.
Questi sono i nostri ospiti che si volevano congratulare con voi. These are our guests and they want to congratulate with you for the fantastic music.
Thank you very much.
What did you think of that? What did you think of the band?
You guys were amazing. You guys were phenomenal. The way you change it up and
great beats, great voice. You guys crushed it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was great stuff.
It's beautiful.
David, you need to unmute yourself. So we can hear your comments. David, please unmute yourself. We want to hear from you. Stephen, what did you think of the band?
Yeah, they are making some new music. I like anytime someone is out there pushing the passion.
Lisa, what about you? Did you enjoy the performance?
Oh, I did. It was beautiful. Thank you.
And Carl?
Yeah, I thought it was great stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I loved it. I loved it. You guys were amazing. And also, we're gonna be here with them if they can come back to an encore. Ragazzi, se potete rimanere live, connessi e farci un bis di tardi.
Ok. Adesso.
So if you no, not adesso. If you guys could stay connected, and we will share more music with you. Lisa, Stephen,
Sì.
Charlie, and Carl,
Okay.
would you like to hear back from them later on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Grazie.
So with the Criminal Chaos live from Parma, Italy, we will be back with you later on. Ci riconnettiamo più tardi, ragazzi. Grazie
Ok,
mille.
grazie a voi.
Buonasera.
Who has a dog? Thank you. Who has a dog?
I have a dog.
You can bring him on the show.
Well, let's see. There's my dog.
So welcome, everyone. Thank you for being live with us today. I know we will have a conversation with David and Carl and Charlie and Stephen.
Cool.
Tell us a bit more about yourself. Carl, can you introduce yourself and tell us a bit more about you?
Sure. I'm a professor of philosophy at Georgetown University's campus in Qatar. I've written. I just finished my 9th book, and I write quite a bit about the policy of a universal basic income, which is what I think David and I are going to be talking about today.
Great. And what else?
I'm originally from Michigan. I'm coming to you from New Orleans. And
tell us a bit more about your background.
okay, well, I studied economics because I was interested in how to create a just society. But after studying economics for 10 or 12 years, I realized the economic problems are really not so insurmountable. It's really the way to use our resources to really make a good world for people is not economically difficult at all. The barriers are people's beliefs that we need to have a hierarchical system where the people at the bottom are answerable to the people at the top, and that we shouldn't help people unless first we make everybody do things for us. These are the sorts of barriers, and that's why I switched to becoming a political theorist and a philosopher, so that I can study this end of the debate. So I've been writing things like A Prehistory of Private Property is my most recent book, where I look at things people say about property, that it's some natural institution that people create, and that inequality is a natural outcome of human freedom, and that my co-author and I find, with lots of evidence from anthropology and history, that this simply isn't true. There are many indigenous societies around the world that are very free, that don't have institutions of private property, and maintain very high levels of equality.
What inspired you as a kid?
Sorry?
What inspired you as a kid?
As a kid, well, all kinds of things. Rock music and punk music, and also the civil rights leaders that I was growing up as, that were seemed to be solving the big problems of the world while I was a kid, and it looked like poverty and inequality were the biggest remaining problems. And so I decided to study that. Of course, now I find out that the environment and American militarism and money and control of politics are all as big as these problems. But this is what I'm specializing in, problems of poverty and inequality.
Charlie, can you tell us a bit more about your background as well, please?
Yes, and Carl, by the way, that was absolutely, I love just hearing everything about you, and I'd love to connect more after this. That was phenomenal. So my background is, I really, I really am a serial entrepreneur that has always driven toward creating new golden standards of certain industries to try to create more sustainable solutions and making that new standard. So I came from polysilicon industry, where from the solar industry, and from that solar industry, what we did is we helped create vertical integrations to help get the price of solar down. Created a native bee initiative, and really geared toward education of understanding on how to utilize pollinators and optimize it to increase the ecology of our natural landscape and our food production. So now I'm sitting here I'm looking at the world, and I'm watching, and I see that, especially the younger demographic, a lot of them want to have purpose and impact. And I have so much of my network tied with sustainable experts. So now it's taking the education of the sustainable experts and creating a collective, a community together. And that's what KUSH is. KUSH stands for Keeping Us Sustainably Healthy. And it's to bring the younger demographic together so we could create singular call to action items where we start right in our backyards and we scale it to our local communities, and then we replicate that across the nation. So I put together a couple of clips for you guys. I don't know if you wanted to play them now or later, but it's every month we identify a new SDG, a Sustainable Development Goal from the UN, and it's to create that education out there to our audience and saying, all right, this is our month's SDG, and here's the call to action items of how we can all get involved and be a part of this.
Great. And what inspired you as a kid as well?
I always like to just help people. I always like to just be there to just to help. It's like anyone who ever needed anything, I always made sure I was there. And it's just something inherently in me. I wasn't ever doing it for any expectations. It's just, I've always just felt the need that we have this one life. So why not live our life to the greatest that we can to provide value back into, friends and family, community. It's just, it feels nice to be able to just wake up every day and knowing that what we're doing is just giving back and trying to help out as much as possible.
Thank you. That was amazing. It's so nice to hear what inspired you. Lisa, what about you? What inspired you as a little girl?
Well, my thing has always been to help people and to make a change. Like I said before, I was always a big dreamer growing up, and I was made fun of because of that, but I didn't let it stop me. I never lost my dream. And I love teaching people, and more than anything, I love giving people hope. I love to be that person that can give them hope and give them something to look forward to.
Amazing. Thank you, Lisa. And what about you, Steven?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me here today.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you, Carl. Another Chicagoan.
Can you also put your phone horizontally, please? And unlock it.
Does this work?
That's good. You're cool, man.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
Okay.
matter. Tell me more about you, please, Steven.
I'm kind of like that sometimes. But no, I'm from Chicagoland as well. And I got into sustainability around 2011, 2012. When I started having my kids watch a nature documentary and before they could watch a cartoon. And that sparked me to watch all types of videos around our Earth and our planet. And then I studied ecosystems and I studied economic systems, and they didn't match up, and I knew there had to be a better way. And philosophy, I got into that right away. I started reading Socrates, Pythagoras, and that was a big passion of mine throughout part. Then tried to find inner peace through Buddhism, through one of my friends. I got introduced to Buddhism, and so it's creating systems of giving has always been a part. And if we create systems on giving towards the earth, there's always been a focus of mine. And I got into hemp right away when I discovered these new ways. And hemp is one of the most regenerative plants we can plant on the planet. It can be used to grow for paper, concrete, plastics, fuels, foods, medicines. Over 50,000 different things. And we have an education program down here in Puerto Rico around hemp and permaculture. We have a 10-acre property on a Frank Lloyd Wright designed house overlooking the rainforest. And but about 3 years ago, I met David Cam, and that's when I got into the idea of natural capital accounting, where you can put value on creating better ecosystems. And I've just been a steward of learning towards creating systems that start with giving. And if we can give to the earth, and obviously a tree, when you plant it, it gives back. So all currency really is a story, and looking to tell a new story. So
And
thanks.
what inspired you as a kid, or to be there and help in Puerto Rico?
Freedom. I like freedom. So I always wanted to do whatever I wanted to do, and as long as I didn't harm anyone, I thought I should have the right to pursue that. And I try to teach my kids that same thing, and to challenge authority and do what's right. And when you look at history, most of the time, the thing that was right wasn't popular at one point. But I think we're living in a new period of time where we all have recognized these systems of that do not help the general public, and we're tired of it.
Fantastic. And in terms of arts and music, who inspired you when you were younger?
I'd have to say my three favorites are Zeppelin, The Strokes, and anything Jack White.
And you were mentioning kids. What do you think kids should do for the future of our world? You were saying you're teaching your kids freedom. What else?
Yeah, I think if we can create games that plant trees. So imagine if kids could learn how to plant a forest like Farmville, and they could even battle each other and try to grow a bigger forest. And the winner of the game would get a seed coin and in a digital currency. And then they can also learn about permaculture and forestry at the same time.
Lisa, same thing. What do you think entertainment can do to change the world for the better?
Well, actually, my company has a couple of projects, children's projects, that teach a lesson, and it teaches children how to be their own superhero. So I think something very important is the children. And as we strive, we're just one person, but when we all come together like this, we create this great bond to raise our children and raise a new world almost.
That's very beautiful. What about you, Charlie? What do you think young teenager and kids should do for the world? Oh, if you can please unmute yourself.
Sorry, someone muted me. I have 4 kids. My wife and I.
What's their name?
They're 10, 8, 4, and 2. It's Aniela, Charles, Carmine, and Katerina, and we homeschool them. And I realized that from when we started just started having our kids, how important it was that they are our priority now. And we need to teach them on how to get engaged and how to get involved, give them world skills and give them that experiential learning. And I tie a lot of my education with agriculture as the baseline, because if they can understand agriculture and they understand how plants work and how insects work and how we're all integral part of that solution, that whole macro environment, it's getting them excited about it. They don't feel that this is like an education of a chore that they have to learn. They realize that this is just part of life. And I think it's so important to tie entertainment into it, to where the education and entertainment go simultaneously together. I mean, we're doing that now with musicians, for instance. We use a lot of the musicians as a way to help spread the word of sustainability, because why? Musicians are cool in the eyes of their loyal followers. And if the loyal followers see that their favorite musicians or their favorite local musicians are saying, hey, let's do this today, they're going to go out there and do it. So tying those aspects together and really showing how we can really make change, it's exciting. I see my kids growing up, and I did a deal with them over the summer. I said, guys, all right, whoever archives and documents the most insects that you guys save, if you see an insect in peril and you save that insect, I want you to archive it. And at the end of the summer, you're going to win a little prize for me. I don't know what that prize is yet, but it's a way that my kids now, the perception wise, are saying, you know what? Those insects do have a place in our world. And I'm going to be proactive in making sure that if I see one, I'm not just going to bypass and walk over it. I'm going to help it out. Same thing with garbage. Anytime my kids see any garbage along the sidewalk or at the beach, they always pick it up and they say, Daddy, where's the garbage can? And I'm like, all right, just give it to me. I'll make a bag. But they're proactive in doing this. And I think it's so important that we get a lot of kids starting to get involved with that.
That's fantastic. And we also have another guest that I would love to introduce. His name is Basil Moore, and he has a background in visual effect and music. And I would love Lisa to tell us a bit more about Basil Moore.
Me?
Yes.
I love Basil. Basil and I have been friends, I guess, for a couple of years now. He is super talented. If I have any problem, I was actually having some technical problems with mics and cameras and things like that, because we're having to do Boss Divas remotely, our interviews. So he is like super smart with technical things, but also he is the writer of Planet GLiESE. And as many of you know, my company, I'm the executive producer, so I'm helping fund Planet GLiESE. And he is just amazing. I love him.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Basil.
Hi, Carl. Hi, Charlie.
How are you?
Hey, Basil.
Hi, Stephen. Lisa, I love you. You're amazing.
I love you too.
So David Cam hasn't been able to come on because he's actually busy trying to get everything together for the next artists. So he asked me to sit on the debate with you guys and start it off by talking about how we can fix the world. So who wants to go first? You can raise your hand. I'm just going to be a little moderator on the side, and I have a couple of things to share with everybody in the middle that I prepared for this particular debate. So Charlie, you look very eager.
I was just trying to hear the question. What was that question again? I'm sorry.
We're gonna start the debate that we were supposed to have with David. Let's try and get David on. Let me see if his audio is working.
And what was the question for the debate?
He's muted. David, can you unmute yourself? David?
I think he's muted us as well.
No,
he didn't mute us.
Hey, David.
David.
No.
There you are. Talk, David.
I don't think he can hear us.
David, can you, David? We can hear you. Go ahead, David.
Can you hear me?
See if your audio works well.
Oh, there he is. Hi, David.
I can talk, but can I hear me?
Oh yes, I can hear you, and I think everybody can hear you. Let's see what everybody thinks. Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Coming in a little tough.
Can you hear him?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I can hear you. And Charlie, it looks like he can hear you too. Carl, can you hear David?
I cannot hear Dave.
Hear you guys. So, it's like.
So can you guys mute yourselves for a second? Because there's a little bit of feedback. And let's hear what David has to say.
Yes. So originally,
mute yourselves for a second to turn down your speaker.
Originally,
because
this it wasn't a debate to talk about changing our economic system.
David, can you hear me? Can you hear me, David? Can you hear me, David?
So it's a discussion on how we could. Yes, I can hear.
I think the audio is breaking up from your side.
Yes, I can hear you, but we wanted to talk about. Yes, I can hear you.
Charlie, can you make out what he's saying? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can you turn down your audio coming out of your speakers a little bit because it's feeding back into your microphone? David, turn down your speakers. Turn down the volume of your speakers. Turn down the volume of your speakers.
Yes, can you hear
me? You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Okay, let's get back to David in a second. Okay, guys, I think I'm it for now. So, Charlie, you're on. Go for it.
How to make the world better? That was the question. How to fix the economy or the world?
Let's start with whatever Charlie has to say about the future of our world.
What I see is that the youth want to create a sustainable change. And what I mean by sustainability, I mean, everyone, when they hear the word sustainability, they only think about green, ecology. But sustainability comes in so many, it's so many different facets. It touches everything from economic sustainability, housing, personal well-being, physical well-being. I think the way to change the world is change the perception on what we see as far as our terms of success. Personally, I feel that, the greatest line of success is the quality time that you build into relationships over monetized gain. And then once you're focusing on that, you're focusing on creating solutions for society to be more efficient and more optimized. I think that's the goal, personally. That is a solution for the future, is bringing these young people together, get their minds together. We have the technology now. I can imagine what the technology is going to be in 20 years from now on how it can optimize systems and create a healthier life overall. I see a lot of the younger people leaning more away from the wants of the 2,500 plus square foot home and the wants of ownership of even a vehicle. They don't want ownership of vehicles. They want to live life very experientially and with minimal financial burden. So I see housing changing for the future. I see the housing communities changing completely for the future. I see education completely changing. I think we're going to be moving away from the standardized school structure into more of a it's more of an interest guided education and with a lot of online and digital learning. That's what I see, and I'm kind of happy to see that because I think it's going to really be a really nice future to lead into. This younger demographic wants to live very differently than how we are now.
I have this video. Do you see that video? What is that video about?
Oh, all right. So this is how we get our community involved. So every month we identify a new SDG to get them involved and engaged with our community. So we say, all right, this month that video is going to just introduce everyone to SDG number 14. So a lot of people don't even know what the SDGs are. So it's a way that we can introduce the SDG to them and say, all right, now this is our goal as a whole collective for the month. Let's focus on this SDG. And then we build a call to action around it.
I see. So would you like us to watch the video now, or shall we talk a little bit more about
we could talk a little bit more, and then you guys could show the video whenever. It's a cool little video. I think has some little info sheets in there, infographics, and it's a way to just get the younger people wanting to see like how they can get engaged.
Understood. So in as far as the the global justice system, do you have a way that you've thought of, or you've read about, or that you think is practical to implement so that we can reset the current justice system from where it's at right now?
There's so many cultural differences around the world about different justices and what's tolerable, but what has been just bred into them as far as the laws. I think it's going to come into where as we keep expanding and more freedoms come about, and the technology is allowing more and more people to communicate across these different country borders. There's going to start becoming more and more of a like-minded interest. And I think it's also going to gear towards a similarity of like an economic valuation. I mean, and this is something that I'm sure Carl has a lot more expertise in this than I do, but I think it's the economics that's going to change the justice system.
Cool. We'll talk. So Carl, let's make a mental note to get back to you on that note. But while we're on with Charles, I was wondering, what is your strategy in order to improve perhaps living conditions? Right now, the world is run by a system that represents the 1% and doesn't really care for the 99%. And we are at an impasse with this system in a way that we have to acknowledge that there's not just only injustices economically and socially and from a healthcare perspective, educational perspective, living condition perspective. Over 75% of the world is living under poverty line. What do you want to talk a little bit about that, maybe?
Yeah, I'll just touch briefly on, and I really feel that it just comes down to it really just comes down now to the economics of it. I mean, on a national level, it's you really vote with your dollar. So if you start supporting local and consuming local and understanding, from a sustainability perspective, it's sometimes it's better to buy something that's locally made, even though it's not from a sustainable product, a green product, so to say. Because the logistics involved in getting that green product shipped across the ocean, for instance, here, there's no offset to it. But on an international level, it comes down to the same thing. I mean, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, and it is unfortunate that economics is the ruler of the entire world right now, and that's what's so difficult, because some of these nations, the problem is so great. It's so great how do you overcome that? I don't have a solution for. I don't know what the solution would be in the majority of these countries. I mean, I've never visited a lot of them that are in that environment, so I don't even know what's locally on the ground as support systems, if any at all, or what support systems would be identified. But I think it comes down to a perception from our, say, first world nations, for instance, just to look around and see, all right, how can we? It's not just a matter of creating a better backyard for ourselves, a better community. Once we have that in place, how can we start creating that better world? And that's that perception of change. It all comes down to, all of humanity and the respect of humanity, and building solutions towards that. And it's a big uphill battle to get into a lot of these countries.
Okay, let's go to Carl for a second. Charles, I want to get back to you on these points, and then we're going to play the video after we touch on the justice system with Carl. If you guys don't mind, we're going to just rotate, in and out in order to get a specific thought out, so that we don't start blabbering and people just get lost in whatever. So let's get into the justice system with Carl. Carl, give us your thoughts on where do we go from here as a humanity, as a global society?
Well, I think, you mentioned society, the system being set up for the benefit of the 1%. And I think it's really understand what fundamental feature of the system is that does that. And that system is that we've taken the resources of the world that nobody invented, nobody created, and we said that very few people own these. And they get not only the benefit, they not only get the income and of what they do, but they get the income of what they own. They get paid mostly for what they own, and everything that they own is made in part out of resources that were here long before any of us came along. The rest of us then, because of that, the 99% or 98% or whatever it comes out to, worldwide it could be more than 99%. People are in a position where they do not have access to the resources they need to survive, except by going to take a subordinate labor position for the people that have been designated by this worldwide legal ownership system that says they own all the resources, everyone else works for them. And we think of work as being synonymous with taking orders from someone higher in the hierarchy, when through most of human history it was not like that. Human beings could hunt or gather or fish or farm on resources that were freely available to everyone for most of the last 200,000 years. And it took a campaign of violence and aggression to establish this system where everything was owned. And everyone had to work for those who owned it. And even a lot of the people who wanted to challenge that system didn't change that basic fact. A lot of the socialist revolutions or in China or in Russia, they got rid of this ownership class and supposedly created a worker state. But what they created was a new elite called the Politburo or the party or whatever, who were at the top, and everyone else worked for them. It is simply wrong for any human being to come between another human being and the resources they need to survive. And that's why those of us in the basic income movement envision a society where you can have private property, but you pay for what you own and you get paid for what everyone else owns. You pay for what you own, you get paid for what everyone else owns. That way, you have an unconditional income coming into you at all times that gives you access to the resources you need to survive. And if you want to work in the system and earn more, that's up to you and your employer. But we're not holding this constant threat that we will deny you access to the resources you need to survive in order to get you to take a subordinate paid labor position for someone else. That's the idea of a basic income society. And I think that's a much freer, a truly free society, and that we have now, and a much more equal society. And people will say, what about incentives? And I say, yes, basic income fixes the big incentive problem that we have in the world today. The big incentive problem is that employers don't have a good incentive to pay good wages and give good working conditions to people. In the United States, they used to have better incentives, but in the last 50 years, wages for most Americans have stagnated for 50 years while our economy has doubled in size and all of that benefit has gone to the top 1%. And in many parts of the world, People have been stagnating for hundreds of years because of this system. We need a new system which gives personal power to the least advantaged people by having an unconditional basic income that assures them access to the resources they need to survive. And as Bertrand Russell said in 1916, on this basis, we may build further. That is not the end of social justice, but that's an important keystone to building in a just society.
I'd love that. I would love to go around the table and ask everybody's reaction about Carl's input there. Let's start with Stephen. Stephen, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for having me. What was the question again?
Respond or like maybe give us a bit of what Carl has just shared with us.
Yeah. So thanks for having me here, and thanks for all your guys' work, Carl and Charlie, and you guys are all inspirations. And I got into the space of a regenerative currency, where you can create new monetary systems based on doing actions towards improving the earth. And so it really starts with the children, like Charlie said as well. When I got into agriculture, I wanted to start the revolutionary gardeners, and there was a power of the people fist coming out of the ground with vegetables and fruits on it. And if we empower the youth to be able to create their own food and build their own shelters and learn how to be self-reliant, self-sufficient, then we're less dependent on other systems to produce these things. And I like creating systems of self-independence. And I've been working with David for 3 years on the Earth Dollar components. We're creating a sustainable development goal bond. I really got into how to change the economic systems where they don't go to the 1%, how can they be equal, circular economics, donut economics, creating systems that are balanced and on harmony, trying to match nature. So even in the natural capital accounting principle, if you think about it, when you plant a seed, a tiny seed, it takes a little bit of energy for that to come to life, but over the course of that tree's life, it produces oxygen, it sequesters carbon, it creates biodiversity, it purifies the water, builds up the soil's retention, it gives us food, medicine. And imagine if we put value on those things. And imagine if we created a new economy like the Green New Deal, and can create a whole new currency around this. And I think we're at a really unique time now, because we can use communication like these to be able to connect to people and share these resources. Kind of what sparked the Age of Enlightenment, the Renaissance age, was the transformation of information through the printing press.
Sorry,
And
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted a little bit of feedback on what Carl was saying. Can we go to Charlie? I'm going to get back to you, Stephen, in 1 second. I just have to keep it moving that way. Sorry. Charlie, do you mind commenting on Carl's input? We can't hear you. Okay, let's go to Lisa.
Sorry.
Here we go. We can hear you. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm muting my mic every time, so there's no feedback. So Carl, I think Carl nailed it. It's the lack of access to the resources that you need, and as crazy as this is going to sound, I mean, I've experienced this for myself. I was raising chickens at my house, and all of a sudden, I have a sheriff show up to give me a summons for raising chickens, and I said, don't I have a human preservation of a right to my food? Because these chickens are giving me eggs every day. And, and I was breaking a code. Even with my garden, I was breaking a code. So I was getting citations, and I'm sitting back. I'm like, this is absolutely absurd. And I'm not near any of the, of the magnitude of some of the countries that don't have any access to it. But I mean, just being restricted to be able to have that access to your necessities of life. There's food, shelter, clean water. I mean, look now, water has become a commodity. And it's getting more and more expensive. You know, the cleaner the water, the more expensive that water is becoming. I mean, a bottle of alkaline water now is going for, you know, $6 for, you know, a 24-ounce bottle. It's absurd. It's more than gasoline. So I just wanted to say, Carl, you absolutely nailed it. That's 100% it. I mean, it's really that restriction to the resources that has to be overcome.
So Lisa, what's your feedback?
I'm with Carl too. I think it's sad that sometimes we have to work for somebody else. I wish there was more small businesses. And like Charlie said, we need more resources for those small businesses so that people can do what they love to do and get more into the giving part of it, because a lot of that depends on happiness. And, you know, I've had retail jobs before too, where I was working for someone else, but I funneled that money back into my small business at that time. So I wish that there was more available, that people could truly do what they want to do and be able to help other people.
So I'm asked to mention, I'm just simply the messenger. Don't kill the messenger, whoever is watching. I want to read these 5 sentences to you all. The Rothschilds ruled the U.S. through their foundations, the Council on Foreign Relations and the Federal Reserve System, with no serious challenges to their power. Expensive political campaigns are routinely conducted with carefully screened candidates who are pledged to the program of the world order. Should they deviate from the program, they would have an accident, be framed on a sex charge, or indicted in some financial illegality. Would anybody care to comment on that? Because universal basic income is actually a hurdle for these people, or vice versa. Those people are a hurdle to the universal basic income. There's a conflict of interest.
I don't know that you have to look that far behind the scenes to see what's wrong with the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve System is it's a bankers club made up of the wealthiest bankers in the country, and the government supports it. The entire board is made up of billionaires who own banks, and the government supports them and supports their profits rather than running this as a source of profit for the people of the United States. Instead, the people of the United States are taking all the risks, bailing out the bankers when they have problems, and then giving the profits to the bankers when there's good times. Right now, we're all paying for the risks for the Federal Reserve, and for the last 10 years, we've been letting them make the profits. That we need to end. We need to take democratic control of our banking system. And there's a lot of money in that. You'll finance an awful lot of basic income just by getting rid of the giveaway that our banking system is in this country.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's get back to Charlie, and what we'd like to hear, the audience would love to hear Charlie and Carl debate the shape of the new world with justice and equality for all.
All right, Carl, let's have some fun with this. You want to go side by side video? There we go.
Whatever you got.
All right. So I think me and you have a lot of consistencies, but our approach may be different. You know, personally, I think it really comes down to finding the fundamental benefit of society in our, as local as it could go in our community, where it's the community education to develop that community and society that we live in. And it just becomes a replicable model, not by the education. You know, that fishing village is not going to have that same education to, you know, the village that's in the jungle or to the suburbs that's in Florida. But it's coming down to just maintaining an education system in that localized community to create that better society. That's my thought. What do you think?
Yeah. We're looking to try really hard to get some disagreement that we can debate about, but we haven't got it here yet, because you and I are just writing on different ends of the system. I'm looking at this aspect of the system that all the resources are over here. Yes. All the resources are over here, and we all have to spend all day long working to support the 1% to get access to those resources, which gives us no time to start initiatives of our own, whether it's an educational initiative or whether it's the things that you're doing with that initiative. So the basic income idea I'm talking about is really one of the things that creates a platform for what you're talking about. Educational reform changes are another thing that creates that platform. But really, there's no conflict between them whatsoever. So we're going to have to debate something. It's going to have to be something else.
And I love your concept, by the way, of how you break down the way you break down the economic structure onto that basic income model. It's actually, to be honest, it's the first time that I really am in a very high agreement with it from how you described it. Because before I wasn't really, I was never really sold on it. And the way you brought it about, it really makes a lot of sense on a global level. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I guess we're ready to watch that video that Charlie wanted us to see.
Cool.
Let's see it in 3, 2, 1.
Hey guys, Charlie Moore here with Kush, keeping us sustainably healthy. Each month, we're going to bring you guys a new sustainable development goal to teach you guys on how you can make a difference and impact in your own community and in your own lives. This month, we're introducing SDG number 14, Life Below Water. This is July. We want to be at the ocean. Let's focus on keeping it clean. We want to reward you guys by being part of the Kush movement. So by posting pictures of your daily activity, joining in, tagging us at Kushware, and hashtagging Kush Movement, you're entering yourself in for a chance to win some giveaways from us as Kush, just as a thank you for participating.
Hold on. The last video.
So that was so that's our way of just, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make this, bring together a fun and entertaining factor to this. It's like if we're trying to create a good world, I don't want people to see this as a chore, that it's like, oh, it's a chore to be sustainable. No, let's just incorporate it as part of our life. Let's trend it to become the new cool trend and tie some entertainment in it and enjoy ourselves in doing it. So I gave you guys another video, if you wouldn't mind to just play it real quick, just to show you an example. So we did that one video first, and now the second video is our call to action. We got a whole bunch of volunteers to come out, and we're cleaning up the beach. And now we're going to take this video, show it nationally, and get others to say, we cleaned up our beach. We want to see you clean up your beach now. So this is that video. And it's all done by a local musician as well. So everything's like locally made. So it's, if we can create this, what we're doing is we're bringing groups of people together all for single call to action items. And the larger that our voice becomes, I always say this to everyone, alone, our voice is just but a whisper amongst the crowds. But together as one, our voice will echo. And that's the point of this, is to create a tidal wave effect. So as we do more and more and we create those singular call to actions, we're creating it. Now it's becoming more part of the perception of our daily life, creating that perception of consciousness of the things that we could be doing in education through the SDGs. And at the same time, it's every month we're doing the same thing as together as one. So it's creating a much larger impact than, building it onto a global level. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, is just trying to get people to move as one and lead into a, first let's guide, educate, and then now it's for you guys to come up with the solutions of tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you for playing that, by the way.
2 more guests that we would like to hear from. And Carl and Charlie, we are so grateful for your input today. It's incredibly valuable because the world really needs your voice. And what we would like to do is invite you again in the future broadcast.
Thank you.
Actually dedicate an entire broadcast for each of your views, because I think it deserves to be heard in detail in order for the audiences to be educated on your knowledge. It isn't just as simple as you think it is, because it's really clear in your minds. It needs to be clarified for those who have critical opinion. So without further ado, I would like to represent Tom McGrath. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hello. Hi. How are you guys? How's everyone?
Hey, Tom.
Tom, please introduce yourself to the group.
Yeah, great. Yeah, my name's Tom McGrath. Let me see. I'm the CEO of Vital Clean Tech Ventures, and I'm working on a number of initiatives, with the UNFCCC on climate action, and working with different groups involved with education for climate as well. So I guess that's it. We're basically focused on projects. We're like project developers and accelerating the deployment of climate projects, both on larger scale, sustainable energy, carbon drawdown projects, but also on community scale. We have a nonprofit called climatehacks.org. And you can go on our website and register your project, your community-based climate action, whether it's planting trees, helping to plant and support mangrove initiatives in island communities, any solar projects. That's one of our main things, is doing distributed, resilient microgrids for island communities and developing nations. So that in a nutshell, that's what we're doing.
Great. And then we have Richard Silversmith. Hi, Richard. Can you hear us? Okay. Let's go on to the next guest. The next guest is Gal Davis. Gal, are you here?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gail Davis. I am.
Please introduce yourself to the group.
Oh, no problem. Good afternoon, Mr. McGrath. Good afternoon, Mr. Whitecrest, and Mr. I didn't see the other name, but forgive me. And good afternoon, everyone, I guess I would say. My name is Gail Davis Carter. I am part of the Creators 2030 UN SDG Arts Initiative and the Listen Give Initiative. I'm an NGO representative for the United Nations. I'm a representative for the UN and the United Nations partner, all global, worldwide, and the Academic Council of the United Nations System. I focus on all the Sustainable Development Goals. And yes, that's what I'm here for, to do an area with the youth on climate.
And thank you for that. And we have Min Zhu. Hi, Min. Welcome to the group today. And we would like to hear a little bit about yourself. Please introduce yourself to the group.
Hello. Sorry, some of it was cutting out. So my name is Min. I'm a rising senior in the high school fashion industries, and I was in the Creators 2030 program in UN.
Thank you, Min. We're gonna introduce Habiba as well.
My baby.
Please introduce yourself to the group.
Hi.
My name is Habiba, and I'm also a rising senior in the high school fashion industries, and I'm also in the Careers 2020.
And we have Richard Silversmith. Please welcome to the group. I think, Richard, can you hear us? I guess not. So let's move on to the next guest. I think we've got everybody here. Let's bring back Lisa. Okay, Lisa, you've met everybody now. So we are here now to debate, and not necessarily to debate for the sake of debating, but we are looking for solutions to try and help the climate. There are so many programs out there by NASA, our National Space Agency, also the Canadian Environmental Agency, as well as the European Space Agency, among other environmental agencies around the world that are actively seeking and proactive change to try and improve our environmental impact on planet Earth. For example, there's a lot of money that's being invested in the moment to try and explore and colonize different planets. There's no point in trashing our own planet and then leaving it and then trashing another planet. If we have the technology to find a way to make another planet habitable, I think we should do start with our own. So without further ado, I would like to begin with Tom McGrath on the subject.
Yeah, great. Well, it's nice to be, in a roundtable like this to talk about what are how we can engage people, and especially I think it's really important the energy of the younger generation to tap into the desire to create a more sustainable world. And I think one of the lessons that I've learned recently working with, for instance, some of the projects that we are involved in include biochar, where you basically are working towards a circular organics economy, and that will have a wonderful positive impact on climate if we do it well, using organic fertilizers, compost tea, biochar for agriculture, for urban agriculture, for industrial agriculture as well. It will help to draw down carbon from the atmosphere and keep it in the soil. We have evidence of thousands of years of biochar being held at the ground level, and it's actually a wonderful it's a wonderful component for sustainable agriculture. So it really makes the soil more efficient and really good for organic farming. So that's one of the main one of the big areas that we do on our climatehacks.org site. We have many different projects that are already there, and more projects coming online all the time, and we're supporting them by sort of showcasing, and we gather the data on these projects, and we have it in basically supported through a blockchain, a climate blockchain, with just a decentralized autonomous organization, a DAO set up. So we have basically data on the relationship to all the SDGs, and especially for climate. And we draw down data, etc. So we have basically data that people can refer to, and that may tie back into what you guys were talking about earlier with related to finance for sustainability and finance for climate action projects. So I'll just throw those ideas out there for now.
Thank you for that, Tom. That was amazing and thorough. And we're going to get back to you on that. And I'd love to hear from Gal. And here's Tom.
It's Gail.
Go ahead. What do you think of Tom's input?
You know, when I think of soil and I think of the things that we're doing with soil, there are several countries that come to mind that are doing a great job in agriculture, okay? From the soil to the agricultural needs worldwide, I think that we have to take a look at how what Tom is saying, how it can be retrofitted to meet each country, each locale's needs, because each locale in each country has a different set of needs. And each soil composition in each country and each locale within that country has a different composition as well. So I think if we can take the work that Tom is doing. Hello? Hello?
You're still going. Everything's good.
Okay. If we can take the work that Tom is doing and anyone in this audience is doing and retrofit it to meet each community's needs, because we can take something like what he is doing and actually take it and look at, okay, if this community needs X, okay, maybe we can look at then the the commonality of other countries similar to it in that region, and then apply it the same way, but just again retrofitting it to the needs of the locale and the community. And the reason why I say retrofit, because each community needs something different for it to mobilize itself, become economically fit around what's being introduced to them, and move it forward. So that's my thoughts so far.
Thank you, Gail. It's great. I didn't recognize you for a second, but we were on a panel at the UN last year.
Yes.
Development. Yeah, it's really nice to see you again.
Yes,
see your picture again and speak to you. And you're right on the money there. These are the idea is that these are hyper local, community-based projects, and so the specifics of the area will be very important. So. But and you're right, we can leverage the learning and the projects that are under development already. Say, for instance, we have one is a community composting urban agriculture project in Medellin, and we can talk about the differences between that and a project that we could be developing in Lagos, Nigeria. So there'll be different components, but the idea of the circular organics economy is still there for both of those. It's just what are the specifics of the types of food that you'd be growing, the availability of agricultural, basically composting components that you can bring in from food markets, from even household composting.
Absolutely.
Or rooftop versus backyard.
Absolutely. If I could just say one other thing, Tom, absolutely what you just said. You know, the importance of one of the things we taught, like Habiba, who was in our program, is the importance of taking, going from soil to table, okay? And the importance of knowing how you get from the soil, the importance of the composition of the soil, the food that you grow, what you can use instead of pesticides and so forth. And we just got finished doing You Are What You Eat, and how that fits to come onto the table, and the type of produce and which markets you're going to, and just locally grown. I think Habiba can speak to that through the work that we did, and the composting and so forth. If you want to, Habiba.
Yeah, of course. We learned a lot about how, what goes into composting and how it's beneficial for the environment, and we also learned about different types of farming, like hydroponics, which are also very sustainable for cities and farming in cities and getting food to people, and for example, like low-income communities, and helping them get their own food grown locally. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Lisa, let's hear about you.
Well, one thing that I like that we're all kind of unified on here is starting first in the community and making a difference in your community. And then once that kind of gets out there, then other communities may want to bring you in to help to implement something in their community. And I am all for that. One of my foundations is more to help animals, but I like what Charlie's doing with the beaches and everything, because a lot of people don't realize what that does, what trash and garbage does to the sea life. And so I believe that if we get started in our communities and like Gail said, with shopping locally, buying from farmers to support our local commerce is a good word. I think that would be the best start, and give each and every one of us an opportunity to take part in it, and hopefully inspire other peoples to want to get it to catch on, and everyone want to do it, and that would be the start to change the world.
Thank you, Lisa. I want to hear from Carl.
Well, I do think it's really important to start locally, but our ambitions shouldn't end locally, because the problem is the system. And there's a worldwide system that is based on treating the environment like it's something we can just take and dump stuff back into. And as long as that system is in place, we will be killing the environment that sustains us. We've been small for hundreds of thousands of years. We've had this attitude because we've been small in size in comparison to our environment, and we are pushing that limit. We've pushed beyond that limit now. And we've got to attack the system of how it's organized. And there's some things that need to be banned. Some things you just got to not let people do at all. But even if when you let people do stuff, you've got to charge them for it. Is that I said before about economic distribution, about the distribution of income and things, that you should pay for the resources you own. But it's really more complex than that. You not only should be paying for whatever resources you're going to say are mine, but you should pay for any destruction that you do to the environment that we share. We should ban lots of things that people put into the environment. But if we allow any pollutant into our air or our water or our earth, people should pay through the nose for that. Stop treating it like a free sinkhole, that the world is a giant trash can that's free to use. If you're going to put any kind of waste that cause environmental degradation, whether it's climate change or anything else, we're going to charge you for that, and we're going to charge you beyond the profit maximizing level. We're not just going to do this to raise revenue. We're going to do this to discourage you from doing it. And doing that, you raise a lot of revenue, but more importantly, you discourage what people are doing. And we really can, to build something like this, where we need our governments to stop working for the people that own those businesses and are trying to take from the environment, and to work on behalf of the people and treat those businesses as the help. And what kind of what can we do to them to keep them, to have them serve us, the people, and the environment that we live in, not treat us as their servants and the environment as both their trough and their trash can.
I have a question for you, Carl.
Sure.
And I have a question for you, Habiba, both of you together, and Mr. Moore, actually all of you. In what you're saying, okay, there's some agreement there. But do you believe that each one of us who even makes up society and government, that we're each responsible for taking actions? If we looked at, we were each responsible for taking actions. okay, then that would happen within itself because we would each be taking an action, you know? And so I bring it over to Habiba. Habiba, you're hearing all this from, you know, the older generation. What's your take on what you're hearing?
I think like individually we like have an impact, of course, and we do have a responsibility to make, like I said earlier, like making our own community sustainable, and also pushing the people in power, because I think at the end of the day, it comes down to if the people in power want to fix what's going on and fix what's happening with the environment. So we all, like individually, have a responsibility to push these people to make a difference. And I think, yeah, I still think it's just up to them, and it's us who has to like normalize caring for the environment and making like not asking but demanding that the people in power do something about it, and not supporting them if they're putting our lives and the future lives in danger. Yeah.
Gail, you have a very smart student. Habiba, that was beautifully said. That was perfect.
I would love to hear also from Charlie.
We all do have that personal responsibility, Habiba, and that you said it beautifully. And Gail, that was a phenomenal question, and it's true. We have a perception that we have to be responsible to each other. So the goal is that it does become a norm, you know, so we can reflect upon that. And Carl, to your point, I just wanted to give you a heads up. So my buddy built a large facility in Iceland. And in order for him to build this facility, because of the destruction of what he was going to be doing to the land itself, they were mandated to plant 10,000 trees along the property to give back towards mitigating the carbon output of what his plant was going to be doing.
That's
so
great.
it's cool to see that's happening, you know, and that was Iceland, you know, it wasn't it wasn't here in the US, but yeah, I mean, at the end, it comes down to we do have a personal responsibility, and we should feel that if we're destroying something, we should remediate and put something back in replace of that destruction. And that comes down to, I think, a big education piece of perception.
Yeah, and there's two ways to act locally. You can act locally the way you're doing in that video, where you show people actually picking up the garbage and doing this little thing. And of course, that gives two impacts. So one impact is actually there's less garbage on this beach, and there's less garbage. That garbage, to the extent that's plastic, you're saving garbage that could be in our environment for tens of thousands of years. You do it on that micro level, but also on the macro level, you're getting people focused on, we got to change these rules that allow so much of this crap to accumulate on our beaches and in our oceans and lakes and streams. And that's one way to act locally. Another way to act locally is the way I've actually got to leave in about 20 minutes because I'm going down to our neighborhood's nightly Black Lives Matter protest. Every night at 6 o'clock local time, a bunch of us from the neighborhood gather. We take a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds for George Floyd while the cars go by. We're not personally preventing any police violence by doing that, but we're building a community of people who are believing in these laws have to change, and this system that allows this great injustice has to change. And you can see the cars coming by, and a lot of people with their signs of support, and then other people with their indifference or with their and very few in New Orleans with that are clearly against us. That is acting locally for a systemic change because we don't have the power. There's no, I can't go out and personally stop a police officer from using excessive force, but I can, in the way you can personally go out and pick up garbage. but I can act locally to work with the people in my neighborhood to see what makes people more aware. And I think both of those forms of working locally we have to use as appropriate.
You know, it's funny, Carl, that you would say that, because now I would really, based on what you said and Charlie said and Habiba said, I'd love to know what Lisa and Tom think about all of this.
Tom, you want to go first?
Yeah, well, I was just going to jump in, and I think that Carl, that's I really resonated with what you were just saying, and I would say that in a way that comes right back to education and raising consciousness, and those two really go hand in hand. So, what is the basically how do you help spread this idea of we are okay, good. I like it. So we raise consciousness to talk about social justice and environmental justice. We can hit that on so many different levels. But one level that I think is really interesting is just the idea of zero waste. So we all over the world, we can start basically going back to indigenous practices of not wasting. There is no away. When you throw things away, you're just moving it over to someone else's problem instead of managing that well. So and it comes right down to technology advances as well. We can make plastics. We can make things that are useful, that are plastic out of biomaterial. They can be bioplastics, so that when they do reach their end of useful life, they can be recycled and basically go back to either compost or biochar or repurposed for some other reason, and they won't have the toxics that are so troubling, or they won't end up in the ocean where basically the microplastics go when they start dissolving. So that's just a shift. I mean, we almost at the same pricing now, we can get to bioplastics as a replacement for fossil fuel plastics. So just that little shift in mentality and making people aware of that. Oh, well, if there's a choice to buy something, or if you can regulate it in your town or your state, to basically say, okay, we have to use a higher percentage of bioplastics going forward. So, and countries are doing that. So it's that kind of shift a little bit from a linear sort of thought, a linear process of you buy something, you use it, and you throw it away, to this idea of a circular economy. And I think that'll be something that'll be helpful on a lot of ways, including climate, including environment. And I guess you could say that's for social justice as well, sort of the karma idea of what comes around goes around. So how you demonstrate and how you protest is very important to break the continuum of violence, right? So I don't know, just a couple of thoughts there.
And I just want to say, Habiba, I am like, you are a very inspiring young lady. And
thanks, Habiba.
I hope that you continue to do what you're doing, because as a mother of 4, you make me really proud to see you as a young lady. And Carl, I totally agree with you. We need some responsibility for people's actions. And, being in the entertainment industry, I deal with billionaires and millionaires on a daily basis, and they're not really nice people, and they don't really. You got a few that really care about the environment, but there's not many of them. So I'm kind of inspired to take something away from this conversation. How can we make it spread? I think David has this great venue here for us, and I think we should find something that catches on and makes people accountable. It makes people want to save our earth and to make our air better, our water better, raise our children like Habiba, make them aware and them want to do something for our environment, for our future.
Thank you, Lisa, for saying that. And, Habiba is she's my baby. I love her to death. She knows that. In fact, all the girls, I love them to death because we had the opportunity to take them through the program. You know, Habiba's often on with us on similar events like this that we all do here for Planet GLiESE, Live Hope, and the Creators 2030. We're all trying to run these so that people are aware. And Habiba, I know that you marched with Greta Thunberg, okay?
Yeah.
And then, you know, we went through that program where we created that, the film, okay? What's important to you? Let this group know what's important to you so that they can take that with them where they go. Tell them.
Well, what's important to me is ensuring that youth, and especially like people of color, because they're always like left behind. It's, of course, the climate is important, but also including the voices of people of color and people that usually don't have any kind of voice, or their voices are always like muted in exchange for the voices of people, like, for example, like people with privilege, white people. So I want to make sure that these people's voices are amplified, people of color, especially in the climate movement, because people of color are the ones that are mostly affected by it, and we need to rely and count on the people in power to empathize and see how it's disadvantaging people of color, and we need to rely on them to help us. So we need to make them understand what the struggle of people of color go through because of the climate crisis, like in third world countries, and how they're struggling. And when people in countries that are privileged don't get to experience it as much, which is why they have to see it to empathize. And yeah, that's what's important to me.
I'm sorry, but this is all the time we have for our round table. I want to thank everybody for being live with us and sharing their opinion, but stay connected and live, because now it's getting late in Italy, but the band is coming back to perform some more songs, and I would love you to stay and watch and talk for them at the end.
Thank you.
I have to go to the local Black Lives Matter protest, so I will say good night.
Bye.
Thanks. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Carl.
And Sarah, thank you for having us on.
Thank you for your time. I want to thank everyone, Gail, Lisa, Charlie, Tom, Abba, and everyone that is watching for their opinion. Abiba, thank you so much for sharing your story. And we're going to connect now live with Italy. It's very late now there, but they really wanted to be part of our show and share their music and entertain us. Hi.
Hi, ciao.
Ciao, thank you so much for being up so late. Grazie per essere rimasti svegli per noi. Lo so che è molto tardi. I know it's very late there in Italy. You have an audience, hai un pubblico che ti sta guardando.
Sì.
Dici un po' del vostro album. Tell us a bit more about your album.
Allora, il titolo del nostro album è Surreal Reality, che è preso un po' dal nome dei pezzi che stiamo facendo, che sono tutti scritti con partiti da un'immagine.
Ripetimi il titolo dell'album, scusa?
Surreal Reality.
Surreal Reality is the title of the album.
Ed è questo nome qua l'abbiamo creato, diciamo, l'abbiamo chiamato così perché abbiamo creato tutte delle canzoni che sono partite da delle immagini spirituali che vanno un po' in contrasto con quello che può essere la realtà attuale. E anche
the name of the album comes from spiritual images that goes in contrast with the actual reality.
Il messaggio principale di tutte le canzoni è comunque un messaggio d'amore rivolto a tutte le persone a livello mondiale e non solo, anche comunque.
The message behind all songs is a message of love towards all the people in the world.
E non solo alle persone, ma anche alla natura che ci circonda, quindi il rispetto anche della natura con
And
cui
not only love
viviamo.
towards people in the world, but also nature and environment all around us.
E penso che più che mai in questo periodo qua, con questa pandemia che ha preso tutto il mondo, coinvolto tutte le persone, bisogna portare alla luce più sensibilità nelle persone e comunque molta più unione.
And right now, it's very important to share this message of unity and raise people consciousness on these subjects, because after the pandemic, people realized that how connected we are and that things need to change.
Surreal Reality è un album che è composto da 7 brani totalmente inediti e ogni brano
This
appunto
album has 7 brand new songs.
Ogni di questo brano qua, appunto, come dicevo prima, racconta in quel modo lì le storie che abbiamo vissuto con delle persone anche particolari, però tenendo sempre conto di quello che ho detto inizialmente.
And these songs share stories that they lived in first person, but keeping behind the message of love and respect for nature and people. Benissimo, è molto interessante, it's very interesting. Partiamo, avete 2 canzoni per noi. Quali sono i titoli delle canzoni? We have 2 songs for us. What are the titles?
Partiremo con Light Vibrations e la seconda
Light
Lover.
Vibrations, the first one.
E la seconda Lover.
Lover, and the second one. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The Criminal Chaos, live from Parma, Italy.
Thank you. Possiamo fermarci? Scusate, abbiamo un problema tecnico. Andiamo avanti. No, fermiamo un secondo. Chiedo scusa, ma abbiamo un problema tecnico che è saltato qualcosa.
Non preoccupate, it's okay, there's a tiny technical problem. Cioè, potete fare degli assoli nel frattempo?
Sì, abbiamo Elder a disposizione. Chiedo scusa, ma
We have the drummer
è saltato qualcosa.
solo. Elder Stefanini, maestro. Some energy. Can we also hear a guitar solo? Possiamo sentire anche una solo di chitarra?
Quello là? Ah, vado.
Ancora, insieme con la batteria, vai ragazzi, proviamo! More! Fantastic, guys! Can we also hear a bass solo? Possiamo sentire un solo?
Abbiamo proprio un problema che non funziona più qualcosa nella linea del basso.
Ah, con il basso, so there's a
E
technical
quindi stiamo mi dispiace tantissimo.
No, don't worry, guys. Don't worry.
E anche con le tastiere. Abbiamo tutta una linea che non so perché non funziona
No
più.
problem. Can I have the band all together? Posso avervi tutti insieme per salutarvi?
Ok.
I know it's very late there in Italy, and I really want to thank you for being live and sharing your music with us. Nick, non ti sento bene.
Anche noi, secondo me, abbiamo dei problemi tecnici.
Adesso
non
ti
piccolini.
sento.
Mi senti?
Sì.
Ok. Io sento molta confusione, se mi puoi dare una mano con quello che dicono.
Ora?
Non c'è confusione.
Fai un saluto al nostro pubblico. Say hi to our audience.
Hi.
They were very
Thank you
eager
very much.
to hear, guys.
Hi.
Great job.
Charlie,
Non niente.
say something.
Great job. You guys are phenomenal. It was just absolute pleasure watching you guys. I know it's extraordinary late in Italy, but you guys know how to party hard and party late. So,
Lisa, what do you think?
Oh, I love them. And you guys, I am actually filming 2 movies in Italy, and I'm going to try to talk Sarah into acting in them. So we will see y'all when we're there.
Tom, what did you think?
Yeah, grazie.
Grazie a voi.
Gail, did you love it? I think Gail is on another line.
Oh, okay. Let's
Yes.
get up.
Nick, I want to thank everyone from the band for being up so late and entertaining us with your fantastic music with the message that you have behind of love and respect for people and the environment. Grazie mille per essere stati svegli fino a tardi ed aver condiviso il vostro messaggio di amore verso le persone e verso la natura. Grazie
Grazie a tutti a voi. Ci scusiamo per questo problema tecnico
No problem.
che non è dovuto da noi. Adesso scopriremo poi cosa sarà successo.
Don't worry about the technical problem, and we would love to have you back for more music. We might organize a concert together. Vogliamo invitarvi a tornare live con noi e fare un concerto insieme.
Volentieri. Speriamo di risolvere questi problemi anche per la prossima volta, che sia un po' più...
Certo. Again, don't worry about the technical problem. Thank you so much, everyone from the band, for the band. Thank you, every single. Can you say your name, each of you? I want everybody to say hi from the band.
Ok. Pablo Chittolini.
Thank you, Pablo.
Ivan Chittolini, Helder Stefanini, Mirko Keffia e Nick Bergogni.
Mirko, Helder, and Nick. Thank you so much, guys. You are amazing. Grazie mille.
Bye,
Buonanotte.
grazie.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Good night. Bye.
Bye. That was a shot of energy, wasn't it, Lisa?
Yes, it was.
We have more artists coming up from the world. So if you don't have to go, I would love you to stay connected with us. Thank you so much for sharing and being live with us, sharing your thoughts and helping us sharing the message of reimagining the world. It's right now the right time to change and bring a difference in the world.
We're introducing something called Eyes.
Now we're introducing someone called Eyes. Is an artist, and we're gonna have him live.
Yes, log in now.
In the meantime, Charlie, what's your favorite music in general?
I like just very chill ambient, just very chill ambient instrumental. You know, just something I could just listen to all day and just relax and just keep it in the background the whole time and just keep, no matter how stressful the day, just chill.
You should listen to Basil Moore. He composed music, and that's the style he does. It's a fantastic. I want to also take the opportunity to tell everyone a bit more about him. He was live with us to have the discussion during the roundtable because he's very knowledgeable about what's going on in the world. He has a background in music. He has a background in films with special effect, but also as he's a composer. He traveled the world. He speaks many languages, and he's also the founder of Planet GLiESE and one of the producers of Live Hope Festival. So he's one of the brain behind us. And the message, the Planet GLiESE, that very it goes with what Live Hope is doing, is focusing on reigniting passion for space. Because only when we put together, put aside our differences and get together, we can raise our consciousness and start exploring space, and watching Earth from space made us realize how connected we are, how united we are, and we have to completely forget about our differences and stick together. And now we have Eyes. I want to welcome him. Hi, Eyes.
Hey, hi people, hi people.
Where are you in the world?
Well, right now I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm from Puerto Rico.
Oh, hola, bienvenido.
Hola, mucho gusto, mucho gusto. Un placer. It's really a pleasure for me being here, you know, doing this a little bit, like we call in Puerto Rico, un granito de arena, you know, a little bit of help for you guys that are doing an awesome job. So I'm really glad that I'm part of this.
Fantastic. Tell us a bit more about you and your background and your music.
Well, okay, I'm a hip hop artist. I'm from Puerto Rico. I've been doing music since I was in high school, but from 2000 to today, well, I took like my career a little bit more serious. Started to do to send a stronger message to the people. This is what I like to do. I'm the type of hip hopper that tells most of the times real life situations and try to express how the people feel in different occasions. Right now, after this interview, we're going to be talking about a song that is called The Beauty and the Beast, and this is about sexual harassment. This is about a real life story of a woman, a beauty that was harassed by a beast, right? So this is a real good mix in hip hop and reggae. You're gonna love this song.
First of all, we really want to see you well. Is there any chance you can move your phone horizontally?
Horizontally, okay, maybe like this.
Yes, but you need to unlock the phone. You need to
Okay, hold on.
orientation.
Let's see how I work with this.
And I also know that you have a music video that you sent us to share. And before we see that, I also want to hear you rock live for us, because the beauty of our show is having live music, live entertainment, live guests. It's all about being together live.
Okay, yeah, sure, of course. I'm trying to you know, to put the camera on the side, but
don't worry,
like kind of.
Don't worry about that. So we're gonna see the video in the meantime. It's called Beauty and the Beast, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what gave you the idea about this song, to create this about this subject as well.
Well, you say I couldn't hear you clearly.
What inspired you to write about this subject?
Well, this song in particular, it was a situation that I kind of, what can I say? I was there when it was happening. I saw this woman was being attacked by this guy that I'm believing is his boyfriend or something, and you know, the people intervene, and that's why she could get away, you know, without harm. So that touched me, because if sometimes so many women are harassed and there's nobody there that could see or can act on it, and most of the women that are under this horrible situation, they are suppressed, and they are scared to talk and say things to the right person in order to get help.
Hey, Eyes, did this the situation you're talking about, did this happen in Puerto Rico, or did this happen like somewhere in the States?
Yes, that happened in Puerto Rico.
Okay. Now, so when are you going to come play live for us?
Oh, well, I mean, well, what I can do, well, I'm called the urban poet, right? So I'm gonna do a poetry kind of hip hop theme that is called being a rapper. So I can just we can go live right now. Okay, so this you can also find it on any of my YouTube channels or in any of my social media. This is called being a rapper or ser rapero. It's called, okay. Esto del rap es como escribir poesía, la métrica, las barras, practicando todos los días, cuadrando cada frase y repasando qué decía, para que en el estudio se sienta mi veteranía, el tempo, el flow, cuando coger el aire, cómo parafrasear una oración para que la bailen, cómo buscar el lenguaje para llevar el mensaje y que también encaje con la pista para que todo cuaje. ¿Qué tú te crees? Que esto es fácil, mi panal. Saber cuadrar las palabras para que fluyan al rapear, tira el liriqueo sin copiar con tu propio style. Yo te puedo dar clases de cómo se escribe un punchline. No me conoces, soy el ICE 731. Habrás escuchado raperos, pero como yo ninguno. Para mí, cada letra es importante. Por eso ser rapero es mucho más que ser cantante.
Thank you. That's your live. I love that you just improvised this rap for us, and we have also a video. But first of all, I want to ask you: do you have any brother or sister?
Well, I have an older brother and a younger brother. They are all in Puerto Rico. All my family is there.
And are you protecting them?
Yeah. I mean, by FaceTime and technology will make it easier for us to keep in touch, but nothing replaces a hug and a kiss from your relatives.
And right now, with the lockdown and being distance from each other, that's something
Exactly.
that people are really missing.
Yes, I miss my family very much.
Can you give us a little bit more about can you give us another rap?
Of course, yeah, we can rap all day, all night.
Would you be able to improvise a rap about our mission?
Yes, we could do something. We could do something like that.
Okay,
Let me see. Okay.
Let's see your video first.
Okay, sure. Let's put the video.
It's Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, ma'am.
La Bella y la Bestia.
Hay 731. Mil raíces.
Es la rutina, esperarla en la esquina, verla cada día, como llega a su guarida sin darse cuenta que se le acerca su día tranquilamente. Ella dormiría.
Te voy a contar esto. Dice: había una vez una mujer bella, hermosa entre todas las doncellas. Tener un beso de ella era tener el deseo cumplido de una fugaz estrella. Todas las noches pasaba por el callejón a trabajar en una honrada profesión. Sabía del calentón de la calle, pero por su hijo se armaba de valor apretando un crucifijo. Nunca pensó que algo malo le fuera a pasar, ni que una bestia la solía vigilar. Y cada vez que pasaba por aquella calle, la bestia planeaba con lujo de detalle. Noches pasaron hasta que llegó el momento y la bestia se escondió en el callejón. Lamentablemente esto no es un cuento, es la vida real en una canción.
Corre su corazón, siente la tensión. Corre su corazón, siente la tensión. Corre su corazón, siente la tensión. Corre su corazón. Llegó el momento, el deseo se vuelve intenso, su inocencia pediría, sufriría. Él se le acerca lentamente, mas nervioso y incoherente, saca las manos de su bolsillo y brilla su cuchillo.
noche como cualquier otra. Yo tranquilo en la mía con mi nota. Le dije al bartender, voy a escrachar, dame un palo para llevar. Salgo del sitio y llego a la esquina. Voy camino para la casa de una amiga. Paso por el callejón y escucho gritos. Se siente el peligro como si estuviera escrito. De momento veo un tipo tirado en el piso con una mujer desesperado, quitándole la ropa y como que la toca. Y ella gritando auxilio a toda boca. Me puse a correr para defenderla de la bestia que ataca a la bella mujer. Me batió la cara, la sangre empezó a correr. Sin pensarlo la tuve que defender. Lo dejé knockout, levanté a la chica preocupado. Por suerte nada había pasado. Fui la mano amiga que recién había llegado. Una carrera de la bella y la bestia había terminado.
Corre su corazón, siente la tensión. Corre su corazón, siente la tensión. Corre su corazón, siente la tensión. Corre su corazón, siente la tensión.
Oye, ya, este GLiESE de 21. Mil raíces. Dedicado a cada bella que muere a mano de una bestia.
Hey, how you like that, huh?
That was great. That was really nice, man. That was really good. I like it a lot.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
thank you. This was a collaboration with a reggae roots band that is on Puerto Rico. It's Mil Raíces. So un saludo to that band. They are really good. They're really awesome.
It
And
was a very interesting mix of sounds.
thank you, thank
Lisa,
you.
what did you think?
Oh, I loved it. I wish I would have known Spanish. I would have loved to have heard it in English. So you may have to remake it.
Okay, I'll try. I'm gonna be working on the English version. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be looking for it.
Okay. So, I'm gonna rap a little bit. I'm gonna do a little poetry now. That is this is for all. Like me as a Puerto Rican, I had to leave the island because of the struggles of the Hurricane Maria when it passed by. So it pretty much destroyed us. And then that's why I had to move to United States, right? So I kind of felt like homesick, and I wrote a little poem for all the Puerto Ricans that had to did the same, because almost like at least 100,000 of Puerto Ricans had to went to Florida or United States to do the same. So this is called Desde mi viejo San Juan, so which means from my old San Juan, which is the capital of Puerto Rico. Okay, so this tells like a little bit like this. Fue la decisión más dura de mi vida, dejar mi tierra por una mejor vida. Fue mi pesadilla soñar con la despedida y no pude contener el llanto ante mi salida. Aún recuerdo aquel momento en aquel avión, despegaba mi cuerpo y se quedaba el corazón. Mi maíz me echó la bendición antes de partir y la dejé llorando solita en el Luis Muñoz Marín. Uno conoce el principio, pero nunca el fin. Le eché miles de ganas y deseos al maletín. Me miré al espejo y antes de dejar mi hogar me dije, yo me voy, pero yo voy a regresar. No sé cómo, no sé cuándo, no sé si será verdad. Para que haya falta, tengo que pasar la tempestad. Llevo a Ponce en mi corazón y a los que se van de la isla del encanto desde mi viejo San Juan. Acá yo tengo el frío, pero no tengo el coquí. Tengo la casa, pero yo no soy de aquí. Tengo trabajo, tengo carro, pero no tengo el Maví. Tengo el dinero, pero tengo nostalgia que me fui. No tengo las montañas ni la ciudad museo. Siento que mi isla me extraña cuando salgo de paseo. El alma se me empaña cada vez que yo deseo darme un palo de ron caña con mi gente y no los veo. Tengo par de amigos, pero no tengo familia. Siento que me falta algo como Cristo sin la Biblia. Tengo mi futuro, pero no tengo mi pasado. Solo tengo los recuerdos de los lugares donde he estado. Así que grabo mis lamentos y los subo al cel. Claro que empecé de cero, pero querer es poder. Admiro a todos los que se quedan y a los que se van de la isla del encanto desde mi viejo San Juan. Love you, Puerto Rico.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your message to Puerto Rico and to everyone in the
Thank
world
you.
that's watching.
Hey,
We
Sarah,
have,
Thank you.
we have another guest, another artist, talking about artists from all around the world, and I would love you to stay live with me. We have Nikki. She's originally from Ethiopia, and she's connected from Las Vegas. Hi, Nikki. Can you see me and hear me? Let's see, she's in. Hi, Nikki. Welcome.
Hi, I can see you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're
so pretty.
Tell us a bit
Thank
more
you.
about your background. I love what you're wearing, and I love the flag that you're wearing.
Here is our flag. Here is our jewelry from Africa.
Beautiful. Tell us a bit more about you.
All right. Well, originally from Africa, Ethiopia, East Africa, and been in the country in the United States about 22 years. Came here to go to school first and pursued my education in business administration and got involved in modeling, acting, and singing. I also own a nonprofit foundation that is geared to help my own community all over the world, specifically here in Las Vegas. However, it's open to anyone.
And Chad, do you have any question for Nikki?
He's muted.
Oh, you're muted, Chad. You need to unmute yourself. You're muted on your end. Yes.
Sorry.
I know you have some questions
Nikki,
for her.
Hello.
just want to say hello. You look beautiful. So can you tell us some about your musical background and kind of like what you just love about music and just kind of how you came to choose music?
Well, I chose to be part of this passion, music passion. I got involved when I was about 12 years old. I was always a writer, and I love to write songs since childhood. But professionally, I pursued it for the last, I'll say, about 15 years. Professionally, I performed with a lot of legend singers from Ethiopia. And at the moment, I am in the process of releasing my second album. And I do have a couple big producers like David Basco, one of the top producer in our country, as well as Alex Yelef is the person who just wrote this song that I'm going to be singing today.
Awesome. Obviously you performed in your home country, here in the States, performed around the world.
Have I performed in my...
Where have you performed?
Oh, I have performed all
Well,
over.
I know you performed in Ethiopia. Where in the world have you performed?
You're cutting out.
We were asking you about your background also as a model.
Oh, as a model. Okay, so I had, when I left Africa, I had to stop by any European country, and I chose Athens, Greece. So I landed in the contract for a year contract for a jean company called Mustang Jean. So I was a model in Athens. And after I came to the United States to pursue my education, I also went to a modeling school and graduated and got certified and had a year contract in New York for a company called Fashions Unlimited. And of course, you know, here in Las Vegas as well, worked as a print modeling for Norel and so many other companies.
Nikki, can you show us a move, the way you walk during a catwalk?
Absolutely. You want me to walk a model catwalk?
Yes.
Sure. absolutely can.
There we are. Just waiting.
Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Tell us, do it one more time, and we want you to turn around. Like, this is your stage.
Okay.
Give us a turn from around, away from the camera. Give us a spin. Yay! I love your dress.
Thank you.
I know you have a song ready for us. Tell us a bit more about the meaning of the song. And you're going to sing in Ethiopian, right?
Yes, it is being produced right now. It's not even finalized, but it's in the process. But I just like it raw with no effects or anything. So I'm going to sing alone with my own voice since I don't have music ready. So it is a love song. It is a love song. So I'm just going to go ahead and let you listen to this tune.
Love her.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. Nikki is performing a typical song in Ethiopian live from Las Vegas, and we have Lisa and our co-host Chad with us, and we have more artists coming up. We have 2 more bands that are willing to share their music with us. I want to thank Nikki for being live with us, and we have. What did you think, Lisa, about that?
Well, you know, I'm a talent agent. A lot of times when I get talent in, I feel their passion, but she was just kind of moving with it, you know. She was just, I love her. I love you, Nikki.
She's amazing. She's got so much energy. You can feel the vibration of her country.
Mm-hmm.
Like the tribes and that energy that we want to bring in the world. She's about, look at her movement, like the way she sing and dance is so tribal and real.
Yeah.
I don't know if she can hear me, because I wanted to say goodbye to Nikki before we move to our next band. Here she is, Nikki. Nikki. That was amazing.
Okay, come on, get ready. Let's go. We're going.
You. Thank you so much. What are the moves? Are typical from Ethiopia? Your dance move?
Yes, we do have different tribes. So this is one of the
Is it
beat
charged?
that is for a specific tribe called Wallo.
Okay.
Oh wow! Tell us a bit more about your tribe.
Excuse me?
Tell us a bit more about your tribe.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Basically, there is a common area, and the beat that we use for that is very close to this one I just played, and very, very similar, very similar. But we can identify which beat, which tribe. So in the future, well, the CD is going to come out and it's going to have different tribes, different beats. And each tribe has its own dance moves also. So I do have a group of African dancers that I'm trying to put together. We just did perform a couple years ago with International Music Award Night, the Rumi Award. That's held every year here in Vegas. So we have the whole African group, so Ethiopian African traditional group. So it's fun.
In Ethiopia right now. Do you have family there?
I do. I have a younger brother and a lot of, relatives, cousins.
Stand by to introduce Silvia.
My immediate family are here in the United States.
And what are the news that you hear from there in Ethiopia?
So if you can introduce.
At the moment, it's not a good news, but
can you hear me? Just nod. Yes.
Anywhere else,
you can hear me.
Things have to shake a little bit.
Can you hear me?
And then everything will be peace and harmony soon.
Okay,
hopefully.
good. So stand by to introduce Silvia. Okay.
And is there any message that you want to say in Ethiopian?
Do I want to send message to Ethiopians?
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's not divide with tribes and culture and religion and gender. Let's just reunite and live in peace and harmony forever. That's the easiest way to deal with life in this world. And I love the purpose of your organization as well.
Go chat. Yeah, you're in.
Hey,
Thank you, Nikki. And I know that Chad is. He has a technical problem. Nikki, I want to thank you very much for your message, your dance, your beauty, for sharing the essence of Ethiopia with us. Thank you, Lisa, for also staying live with us. And we are ready to introduce our next band. Silvio. He's originally from Italy, but he's here in California. Hi, Silvio, are you there? Hi. They are getting ready. I can see the guitars hanging. They're there. They are ready to perform some music. They really wanted to be part of our show. In the meantime, we are gonna go to our next band, the Elephant Family. Hi guys! You need to unmute your microphone. Who do we have there? Elephant Family, here you are.
Hi guys.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is Sherry Lewis here, one of the executive producers. Live Hope had a little difficulty this morning when we came on earlier. My mom, Marianne Flores, my father, Clarence Henry Lewis Jr., my mom, Paula Apache, and my father, Welch. So that being said, we are here today to celebrate humanity, to really look at being human beings again. And I just want to give a few updates that are happening right now. We just had a tornado hit. One of our band members and performers, Natani Means, couldn't be with us today because of that, in New Mexico and Arizona. So there's disasters that are happening right now during COVID. Also, there's a major curfew happening right now in Navajo Nation. What my relatives were trying to come on that are out there right now, but the connection is very bad on the reservation. So I don't know if Richard and Susie Silversmith will be able to get on. So on their behalf, they are actually making donations to some of the rural, get tongue twist on that word, outskirts that are not necessarily getting some of the supplies that are needed. The curfew is mandated right now between 8 p.m. You have to be off the road. You should get a $1,000 fine. So, and then 5 a.m. is when they open up. There's not a lot of stores unless you're going to the border towns, which can be hundreds of miles away. So why I'm sharing this right now is, you know, our people are very proud people. Our people are strong people. And so it's not, it's a sense of what the gentleman Carl was talking about earlier in the show, of just how displaced a lot is in our system. That's a whole nother topic, but yes, we are collecting donations today. LiveHopeFestival.com, of course, and then Planet GLiESE. Joe is holding up the sign right here. So whatever you can do, it does really help. And then, of course, our my brother, Mesfin Saeed, who's another one of our executive producers that's working, that is Ethiopian and working with Ethiopia. There's the changes that are happening, were already happening, but are also double relayed to COVID as we go into this next storm. Another thing people aren't talking about is the radiation. Navajo Nation has tons of transformers running through it. However, 30% of the people have no running water or electricity. So
Can
that's something.
the cameraman get closer to you because we don't see you well? Can they get closer to you? You can get closer to the camera.
They're asking to get, okay, yes, he's coming a little closer now. That's good, dear, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, now tell the cameraman to go
And
this
also
way.
if the camera can go on his right because you're very dark.
Yeah.
Very
need
dark.
A dark background.
You need a dark background.
Right one.
So if the cameraman can move on your left,
Okay.
towards your left. You need to face the light.
Okay, so he needs to be the
Yes. Yes.
Hey,
Thank you.
that's it.
Perfect. We see you clearly now. Thank you,
Okay.
Sherry. Again, I want to introduce you, the producer of Live Hope Festival. Thank you for everything and bringing all the artists and putting everything together with the other producers.
Yes, thank you for that, Sarah, and as well to you and Basil. So just to give a heads up, I hope you guys could hear me clearly on what I was speaking about with what's happening right now. And
yes, we can.
And the other thing, and I want to point this out. So right now, for example, my relatives at Standing Rock, okay, that have very low COVID cases, they don't have the broadband and all the transformers going through. You see low-income areas where children are, where major transformers are, where we're upgrading, to 5G, where kids are coming down with brain tumors and many different elements. The list goes on. So I really wanted to bring that up because there's a lot of different aspects to what's happening right now. And thank you all so much for your time. And I'm so happy to be a part of this. And God bless. We're going to go ahead and let the Live Hope Super Group perform with sincerity. And so thank you.
Thank you, Sherry, for your words. We are very excited to have, again, Live Hope Super Group. We had them many times live with us on our channel, and their message is the one of bringing people together. They're also called the Elephant Family because they want to be like a music family and bringing artists together to share a message of positivity and kindness. Hi, guys. It's so good to see you, and welcome.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
We're having
You're
a good day.
from Colorado, right?
Mountains in Manitou Springs, Colorado. There's a big stream going down, and it's just one of the most beautiful places that we've never been before. You usually see us inside that studio.
It's nice to see you outdoor in a sunny Colorado.
There goes our time.
It's okay.
Don't worry about that. We can see and hear you clear. Let's start with the music.
Okay, here we go. Here's your favorite song.
Yay!
Are you ready for a change? If you don't start now, keep on wondering. How can we stand together and ever be united? If we point our guns and keep on fighting, for we are all human, so put a hand in hand. Remember Mother Nature for the sake of the land. Love on, love on, love on, so we can be strong. There's too much chaos and trouble going on. We'll never know what's right. Don't expect to bring peace without taking any action. Doing nothing at all won't bring you satisfaction. Love, 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 love. So we can be strong. Love, 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 love. So we can
Do you have another song for us today?
Yeah, we do. Sure do.
Let's hear it.
This was Heal Mother Earth.
Children come together, keepers of the world. Hear a spirit calling, heal Mother Earth, heal Mother Earth, heal Mother Earth. Hear a spirit calling. Our farmlands are in trouble. There's too much plastic in the sea. Rivers are running dirty, and the air is hard to breathe. So much oil burning, it's blotting out the sun. We've been reckless, we've been careless, but we meant no harm. People of many colors, sisters, brothers, sons, and daughters. How can we save our children when tomorrow is gone? Children come together, keepers of the young. Hear Mother calling. What's here before us? Mother gave us life. Mother needs children to keep the world alive. Keep the world alive. Keep the world alive. Keep the world
Fantastic, Lisa. What do you think about it?
Oh, I love that. And I'm from Florida, so I'm part Seminole. So I'm loving you guys. Thank
Such a
you.
good energy. Do you have another song, guys, for us?
Yeah, we got one more song.
Let's hear it.
Cake.
Okay, we're going to do Cake. We want you to know that it was suggested that we do We Are the World, and we messed around with it last night and really liked it. So on the next show, we're at a different location. We're going to play that song and try to get a bunch of folks to sing that one with us because it's a really great song.
Let's do it.
We're going to do Cake, right? Cake it is? Here it is, Cake. It's Cake.
grew up believing in a tale about a girl who finds her one true love is out there in this world. So now you sit and wait on yours to come to you. I'm here to tell you something else you can do. You can have your cake and eat it too. Have your cake and eat it too. Now as the story goes, she would lie awake in bed, close her eyes tightly till she could see him in her head.
might have had the same dream, but it's yet to come true. I'm here to tell you, there's no need to be blue. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake and eat it too. Well, then the moment comes when her fate falls into place. She was walking home when she meets him face to face. Now I know that you're longing for the apple of your eye. I'm here to tell you to have your slice of pie. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake and eat it too. True love had found her, the rest need not be told. Your story to my honey one day will unfold. Don't lose your patience and keep the faith. I'm here to tell you, it's okay to try your taste. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake, eat it too. You can have your cake, eat it too. Oh yeah. I'm here to tell you, baby, such a pretty girl. Oh yeah. Wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah.
Thank you guys. That was so beautiful.
Okay, what's next?
Do we have another song? Are we closing with We Are the World?
Not this week.
They're not this. They're but next week they're gonna do We Are the World. But do you guys want to close with one more song?
Yeah, we'll do one more.
Sure. Okay, they can close with one more. Here we go.
Here we go.
Let me down. Go ahead.
And
this is something we don't.
The cameraman to walk around them and get closer.
Also, if you can have your cameraman walking around you and have closer shots.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Nobody ever loved me like she does. Ooh, she does. Yeah, she does. And if somebody loved me like she do, ooh, she do. Yeah, she does. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let
time. Don't you know it's gonna last? It's love that'll last forever. It's love that has no past. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Nobody ever loved me like she did. Would you do? Yeah, she does. And if somebody loved me like she do, would she do? Yeah, she does. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Thank you so much, Live Hope Super Group. It's always a joy having you live with us. Sherry, do you want to say some words before we close?
No, not now. Not
We'll
now.
do it. Don't worry. We'll do it next time.
No. We will talk about Planet GLiESE after.
Tie you guys up. You all have a great day.
Thank you.
We have to get Silvio in first.
So we have another band. We have another band waiting for us.
Okay, here we go.
Silvio, are you there for us? Hi. Hi, Silvio. Welcome. Oh, we cannot. Can we hear you? We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Silvio. Silvio is originally from Italy. Again, I want to thank Live Hope Super Group for being live with us. Sherry, producer of Live Hope Festival, one of the producers, for being live with us and sharing their message. I want to have Lisa to stay live with us. We're going to keep talking about something else before we wait for Silvio to set up. He really wanted to share his music for our message and our initiative. I want to thank, in the meantime, we've been live for 5 hours. All the artists and guests that join us live today from all around the world to share their idea of how we can reset the world right now. We need to change. The world needs to change. We need to be kinder. We need to be more connected with each other. We need to support each other. We need to protect nature. And we also need to respect humankind. And with music and entertainment, and of course with debates that we had today, we hope that we managed to inspire you to do something, because anything you can do in your everyday life can make an impact. We need to realize that we are so connected that anything you do in the world, in your everyday life, will impact. What do you think, Lisa? Do you agree?
I totally agree. We need to be kind to each other and share more love. Definitely.
And Lisa, we're going to do a prayer with the Live Hope Super Group. They had this beautiful idea to connect and stay connected with the world through a prayer.
Oh, good.
That's so beautiful. And so what are they ready, guys? Can you hear me? I think they're getting ready to prepare, because I love that we almost lost the connection we had with Mother Earth, and praying and staying together and communicating. It's something that we need to keep doing. Do you agree with me, Lisa, on that now is the time to change?
Yes, and we need to try to change mankind as well. Push the love out there.
Yeah, love. And today, through music, we managed to spread love with the entertainment. And I want to thank all the bands, especially we had the band from Italy. They were up until late because they wanted to be connected with us. And Lisa, tell me what you think about the idea of, through the art and entertainment, to change the world.
Well, I believe that being happy, if we could teach happiness and kindness and love and help each other to be happy and do something that we all love, then that would be a minor step, but a step forward.
It is. And because people feel very connected. For example, what I love about music and dance, doesn't matter where you're from, but everybody gets connected and get moved by dance.
It's a universal language.
It's an international language. Art is an international language.
Yes, I agree.
And so that's what we want to do through art and bringing people together, reimagine a different world where we reset our social system, economical system, health system, political system. And I love that we started to have a conversation with some experts today. We will have more conversation and debates on our channel, and I'm really grateful for having you live since we started 5 hours ago.
I've enjoyed it. And I really think through this particular project, Live Aid, that it bringing all of the music together, and with the social media that we have, I know I'm going to share it to all of my social media, that it will, if people feel our love and our kindness, then hopefully we can make that spread. Let's make kindness the disease.
Yes. Yes, let's have a pandemic of kindness.
Exactly.
Fantastic. And I think they're getting ready. The idea of, do you meditate, Lisa?
I do, actually. Whenever you were asking some of the guys what their favorite music was, I think Charlie said like ambient music. I actually listen to meditation music all day long.
Yeah, it's something that can inspire you and connect with yourself. I think people got lost in their connection with themselves. The world started to be so fast. Everybody were busy working without even thinking what we are doing. And the pandemic gave us the opportunity to slow down.
Mm-hmm. And I noticed even with the short period of time that we all had to stay home, the whole earth started healing. And I think that it kind of taught us a lesson in a way that maybe we should slow down. Maybe we should listen to meditate and find who we are. And if we find who we are and we are a kind person, then we will spread that to other people.
And I wanted to apologize for the shouting you heard before, because we want to make sure that we promote kindness. That kindness is the message that we want to make sure that comes out. And I also want to thank Basil Moore for being the brain behind all this structure that you are seeing. Everything is possible because he's connecting everybody from all around the world. So Lisa, shall we give it applause to Basil? He's being so
and
good.
I can't tell you how excited I was to be invited into this platform, because I do think the world of Basil, and I believe that with people like us, if we stick together, then we can change the world.
We are ready now for the prayer with Live Hope Supergroup.
Hi, I wanted to touch a little bit. Lisa, thank you so much for your words. What you touched on really is so true. You know, in teaching kindness and that portraying into happiness, it's really that universal language starts with love and the actions behind love. So thank you so much for that. And I'm here today. My elders were actually going to close us out with a prayer, and they have asked me to do it. Richard and Susie Silversmith, like I said, right now they're on the reservation, the Dene Reservation, which most people know as Navajo, out there in Arizona. And let's start. So, Creator, thank you for this moment of bringing us all together through mind and heart, and spirit, and walking in a good way that only reflects you. And let us keep walking in that way that only reflects goodness, happiness, love. And through that, let that light shine to touch many. Let us be that vessel that continues to walk in that way. And in that, the gratitude through these hard times and everything that we're going through. I pray for people to remember what they're grateful for. As we struggle with the mind right now because of the impact of the pandemic and other issues that have been happening for generations, let our minds become healed through meditation, through prayer, through nature, and through the guidance of walking in a good way. So therefore, our hearts too can shine in that way and in that reflection. And in this, I pray for our land to come together, our people to heal, because if the trauma can go around, the healing can go around that much stronger. And that, I say, amen, and God bless.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
That was so beautiful, sharing. Your music and your message is so inspiring for all of us.
Well, I'm happy that through, you know, it's amazing when you see how creator works even through the biggest crises. And now that, you know, and I was going to touch on this, you know, Live Aid, this has evolved. There was so much that was happening during that time, and the people that came together during that time was very beautiful. And so having the same people that were part of making that happen speak today as we evolve into Live Hope, because right now it is living hope. Okay, so we have to live the hope, and through living that hope, that's where we teach that kindness and that love. And with that, blessings to you all, and thank you for watching. And so glad to be able to connect here. And thank you to my brothers, David Cam and Mestin Said, and my relatives and our speakers here today. And of course, Basil and Sarah, beautiful Sarah. So thank you all so much, and blessings. Bless you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. Thank you, Supergroup. And now we have a band from Italy, but they are in California with Silvio. Let's connect with Silvio. Hi, Silvio. Can you hear us?
He's live.
You are live.
2 billion people watching. Go. Say it.
2 billion people watching. It's like Live Aid. Say something. Dance. I think we are having some technical problems. We will have him back. We cannot hear you, Silvio. It's okay. We're giving him a chance to see. He really wants to be live with us and to perform. We're going to give space to everyone. That, you know, we're live, and with the technology we have and internet connection, not always is possible to keep a steady connection. And I want to thank all the guests that have made an effort, even if their camera wasn't working, the sound wasn't working. Everybody, that's what's important. Everybody wanted to be here, present, to give their part of this initiative. Sylvia, you can hear us.
Can you
hear us? Just say hi if you can hear us. Move your hands. He's amazing, amazing artist. That's why we want to make sure that he's able to connect. He's a fantastic guitarist. He toured all around the world. And with his music, he wants to share his message of positivity and kindness. And that's what we're here today. We are here to connect through art. In the meantime, Lisa, let's talk about your website.
Okay. It is a rather large website, I hate to say, because as you know, I have like...
And let's go over every part. Tell us.
Promote everything.
We're going to promote everything. So
you've been
live with us for so long. We're going to give you some space now.
Well, the first thing we need to talk about is Planet GLiESE, because it is a wonderful movie. I am one of the executive producers on GLiESE. I'm also helping with the funding, and hopefully within maybe 20 days we will have that funding and we can actually start filming. And I also have, I do not believe that I have my slate of movies on this site yet, but we do have a $600 million slate of films.
Wow.
And we should have our funding before the end of the month. And
You're such an inspiration.
Most of our films are inspiration, and it is our goal to get that hope and that inspiration out there so that we can encourage people. And a couple of the children's films we have are teaching children to be their own superhero. So even if their parents are not religious or spiritual, the children, just by watching these movies, would be able to pick up on what's inside of them and grow that. And then, of course, we have, I think, 19 documentaries, all of them about super sensitive material. Homelessness, Seeking Human Kindness is one of our biggest ones. And actually, my office here in Mississippi has a homeless community in the woods behind my office. So my grandson was here with me last week, and a homeless young man came out, and my grandson Trey only had like $2, and he said, "Nana, I want to give him my $2 so he can get something to eat." So I'm super proud of the way I raised my children, and my grandchildren are growing up with the same giving attitude. But I can't read our mission because I don't have my glasses on. But my mission mainly is in modeling and acting. We want everybody to be equal, of equal worth. And I do not want to teach models that they have to be 100 pounds and 6 foot tall. I want to teach health and welfare more than anything. I want to build on what's inside and make you a good person inside, because we all have that capability. I have a very small staff of a couple of family members. My mother is our CPA. My father helps build sets when we're doing movies. I do not have very many of my talent on this particular site because we manage over 600 talent worldwide. So I don't really have that on the site. But on the Planet GLiESE poster, I have added a link so that someone can click on that link to help with Planet GLiESE and the Live Hope, because I want to be a strong supporter of the Live Hope. And I think that's, I also have a music label as well, Indie Line Records, and I believe that is also on the site. If you go to LREG, it lists a lot of our projects and the other businesses that we have. I'm also a film consultant. So if anybody has a idea or a story and they're just curious, you know, they can make an appointment with me to talk about funding, to talk about if you need your script. We handle everything that you need to make a movie, documentary, or music video, whatever. We're a full service production company as well. And we also teach classes. I have classes. I also have, which is just with my agency. No other agencies have a marketing plan. Some of them charge you fees. I don't charge any fees, but I do have a marketing plan where if you buy that plan, you would be able to have everything that you need to be a model or an actor. We supply our branded merchandise because I am a brand. We supply comp cards, headshots. We build a website for them, and we promote that website as if we were public relations, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Lisa. And I want to share with you more about the film Planet GLiESE and its mission and why it's important and why it's connected with everything we're doing, because it's a film that is going to change the way we see the world. That's why it's very important, the message behind. I don't know if you're aware that the name Planet GLiESE, it's a real name. It's a name of a planet discovered by NASA, and it's an exoplanet. That means that life could exist there because it's around the star called GLiESE, and it's in a habitable zone. So the distance between the star and the planet is exact for life to be there, and it's 20 light years away from us. So I know that we were talking about space exploration, and of course it's very imminent now that we're talking about going to the moon and going to Mars. And GLiESE is one of those planets that NASA has under the radar to explore, because we need to raise our consciousness to become a multi-planetary society.
That's
and
great.
It's a sci-fi film and involves the teenagers. So it's a message for the young generation. And the messages that we have behind are what is bringing people together.
Yeah.
I was saying space exploration, and everybody loves sci-fi and space. And right now with new events that are happening in real life with NASA, we just saw the 2 American astronauts reaching the International Space Station, a spacewalk. Everybody's very excited about what's happening outside our planet. But at the same time, when we look at Earth from outside, from space, we realize how lucky we are, how delicate is our environment. And we need to make sure that we protect our planet, because there's no point to be able to go to the moon, to go to Mars, to go to GLiESE and trashing planets. Like, we need to make sure that we are a sustainable society, and that is one of the messages. We want to protect the environment and our planet. We want to be kind. We want to promote non-violent means of resolution. We have our brain, which is the biggest muscle that we have, and if everybody engage their brain to raise their consciousness and deal with things that are happening in life with kindness, with positivity, with love, those are the messages that they will change the world. We want to also make sure that we are all connected. The importance of feeling part of the same tribe. We say Planet GLiESE is building a cosmic tribe. That's why we love doing these live shows with artists from all around the world, because the connection that brings is something that goes behind ourselves. And we start realizing that what affects me, it affects you, and it affects people from all around the world. The connection that we have, we are not aware that if we manage to put our differences aside and we embrace us as a big one society, respecting each other's differences, will allow us to live a better life.
Yes, and it's fascinating that you said that, to be one race, because I just bought the domain name and I wasn't really sure what I was going to do with it, but I believe it is onerace.com, because I want to really promote that we're all brothers and sisters here on this planet. There is no race. We're the human race.
Yes.
And I think once everybody gets on board with that, it will be a more pleasant life for all of us.
Lisa, I want to also take the opportunity to thank you for supporting our project and for being live since the beginning. And I want to thank every single artist that was live with us, the producer of Live Hope, Maspin, Sherry, David, Basil, and all the artists that they brought together, and the guests that shared their ideas and their hopes. And we are, so thank you everyone. Thank you our viewers for watching and supporting. And I want to invite everyone to our next live, because this was a mini celebration of the 35th anniversary of Live 8. That was 35 years ago, when music made an impact. So entertainment made an impact in issues that are affecting the world. And that's what we're doing here today. And we will be celebrating even more with a longer live virtual event on November from the 9th to the 19th in 2020. So save the date to make sure, because we are going to be bigger and we're going to grow and we're going to have more artists that are going to share our message.
9 million people.
Yes.
9 million people, all the world.
Yes, yay. Thank you so much for having me. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone, for watching Live Hope and Planet GLiESE. We send you love, positivity, and kindness. Goodbye.